our May 22nd, 2018 City Council meeting. Today, we are honored to have a chaplain of the day, who is Pastor Charles Lee Ewing Jr. He's of Gospel Temple Baptist Church, and he's invited by Council Member Joe Brown.
Let us pray. God, our Father, we thank you for this meeting. We thank you, God, for all those who've gathered and assembled. God, we pray, Lord, that your Spirit would come into this place. God, that you would lead and guide this meeting. That those who are making the decisions, for those of us who've elected them, God, that they may do it with your heart. That they may be in mind, that they keep in mind the citizens, oh God. Not just the citizens, senior citizens, adults, and most of all our children. We pray, God, that you would just be in this meeting, that you would be able to open up minds, open up understanding, but most of all, open up ears. That way we all can work together for a better city, a better nation, a better country, and most of all, just for us to be a better people for you, God. It's in the mighty name of Jesus that we do pray. Amen.
Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilman Brown, please.
Okay. Pastor Ewing, see what they got for you, Doc. Got it good. Ladies and gentlemen, council members, it gives me a great honor and a pleasure to introduce this young pastor. I know his daddy from years and years ago. And I've said the word daddy because me and his father's good friends. I can say that. The city of Memphis, Tennessee, by the city council, greetings. Be it hereby known that Pastor Charles Lee Ewing Jr., in recognition of life, exemplary qualities, outstanding services to the city, meritorious involvement in humanitarian affairs, and demonstrated concern for governmental process, has been appointed. It's your day. It's your day. Watch this young man come up down at Progressive. I know exactly what he's about. He's from good stock. As chaplain today of the Memphis City Council, is hereby entitled to all of the honors, rights, privileges, and prerogatives appertaining to the office and to the display of this certificate given under this 22nd day of May 2018. Sincerely yours, Joe Brown, member of the City Council, Chairman Berlin Boyd. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to some of you, but all of you, this new young pastor who's got fire going over in North Memphis. He's at the great Gospel Temple where Dr. Austin was. It's a prestigious church that he has taken place. God saw fit for you, young man, to make a difference. Right man for the job, I can tell you that. Okay, so Pastor, on behalf of the City Council, will present you with this certificate and also present you with these collectibles that we give out. Ms. Wordlaw, Ms. Attorney, Client, there's nothing in here. I'm just kidding. Okay. You know, they on a budget, so if you're missing a box or something, that's the reason why, Pastor. Okay. Thank you. Speak for the Lord.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you all again for this opportunity. It's wonderful to be back in the city of Memphis. This is home, born, bred, raised here in this city. Education took me other places, but the Lord saw fit to bring me back home. So I'm just excited to be back home and working in the North Memphis community. Myself and Gospel Temple, we're excited to be a part of this community and be able to try and revitalize the area in which we are in the Firestone community, New Chicago area. So I'm just excited, and thank you all again for accepting to be the chaplain of the day.
All right. Glad to see you.
Thank you.
Proud of you, man. Proud of you. All right.
Madam Comptroller, please call the roll.
Council members Brown.
Here.
Covette. Conrad. Ford. Fullilove. Hedgepeth. Jones. Morgan. Morrison. Robinson. Swearingen. Chairman Boyd.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Please show Councilman Conrad present as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right,
My
can I
pleasure.
get someone to approve our previous meeting minutes. Councilman Ford.
Mr. Chairman, the minutes are read, finding them in order. I'd like to move their adoption.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Colvett. Seeing no council members in the queue, council members, please cast your votes for our previous meeting minutes.
Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Colvett, yes. Swearingen, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
All right, Madam Comptroller, did you show Councilman Colvett voting yes?
Yes, sir, I did phone his.
All right, Frank, could you check his computer screen, please, sir? And also Councilwoman Swearingen's computer screen. All right, thank you. All right, council members, I also just want to welcome you guys, the guests here, that's here before us at our May 22nd, 2018 public session of our Memphis City Council meeting. If any of you care to speak on any items include items that we will have a council debate on. I need to be clear about this because when the council make presentations, such as item number 1, we don't allow speakers to speak on presentations. So please feel free to come up to our Sergeant at Arms, request a card. Please turn that card in before the item in which you care to speak on is called. At that moment, we will please state your name and address for the record. At the end of your giving your name and address, your 2 minutes will begin. Also, you can speak on 2 items and 2 items only. All right, council members, items that are held and dropped from our council agenda. We have items 30 and 31 is being held for 2 weeks. Item number 37 has been dropped. Again, items 30 and 31 is held for 2 weeks, and item number 37 is dropped. 30, 31 is held for 2 weeks. Item 37 has been dropped. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 1.
Item number 1 is presentation of the 2017 City Council Humanitarian Award.
Thank you very much. Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chair Colvett. This is always the fun part when you get to do a resolution of this magnitude. Whereas the City Council Humanitarian Award commemorates the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. by recognizing individuals who have dedicated their lives to the betterment of their fellow man and the promotion of racial harmony among all men. This year's recipient, the 1968 striking sanitation workers, truly embodies this spirit and emulate the work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Whereas this momentous year not only marks the 50th anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King's death, but also marks the 25th anniversary of the first humanitarian award given in the honor of Dr. King's legacy. And whereas on February 12, 1968, 1,300 black sanitation workers walked off their jobs, protesting the poor treatment, discrimination, dangerous working conditions, and the work-related deaths of Ethel Cole and Robert Walker, and seeking recognition of their union, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Local 1733. The strikers showed courage and determination in their struggle for economic equality and social justice. With the support of their families, strikers participated in a citywide boycott, sit-ins, and daily marches, carrying signs that read, "I am a man." And whereas Dr. King Jr. and others came to Memphis to show support for the strikers, the workers who were there are as follows: Robert Hobson, Elmore Nickerberry, Cleophas Smith, Nathaniel Taylor Jr., H.B. Crockett, Richard Garrett, Johnny A. Hardman, Sr., Booker T. Johnson, Baxter Leach, Leslie Moore, James Schuler, Ozell Ewell, Russell Walton, A.V. Lewis, Charles Poindexter, Coley Jackson, Earl Gales, Duke Taylor, James Winton, Jesse Reed, Joe White, Nathaniel Broom, Tommy McKinney, William Stewart, William Wilkins, Irvin Thompson, Robert Talafor, Lewis Gibson, Robert Fitzpatrick, and Kelly Lofton. And whereas on April 3rd, 1968, Dr. King delivered his famous "I've Been to the Mountaintop" speech at Mason Temple, Dr. King preached, "The question is not, if I stop to help this man in need, what will happen to me? If I do not stop to help the sanitation workers, what will happen to them? That's the question." And whereas on April 4th, 1968, as Dr. King prepared for dinner, he was shot and killed on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel. On April 8, 1968, an estimated 42,000 people, led by Coretta Scott King and union leaders, silently marched through Memphis in honor of Dr. King's demand: union recognition, better safety standards, and decent wages. And whereas on April 18, 1968, negotiators finally reached a deal allowing the city council to recognize the unions and guaranteed a better wage and ending the strike for 1,300 brave and steadfast sanitation workers who wanted Memphis and the world to know that I am a man. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council applauds the 1968 striking sanitation workers for their extraordinary life of service and asks that they accept the 2017 Memphis City Council Humanitarian Award.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's been moved, properly seconded, without objection. Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Our first recipient is H.B. Crockett. Robert Fitzpatrick. Coley Jackson. Baxter Leach. I'm going to enlist you, Frank. Come here. Leslie Moore. Elmore Nickerberry. Jesse Reed. Cleophas Smith. William Stewart. Robert Teleferro. Nathaniel Taylor. Irvin Thompson, and I believe his daughter is here. And that's Lavelle Margaret. Ozell Ewell. Russell Walton. His daughter was supposed to accept that on his behalf. Joe White. Willie Wilkins. Again, I want to thank you guys so much for being here and accepting those awards. All right, next I want to ask Mr. Cleophas Smith to join me at the podium. And this is a very special award that we're giving out. We wanted to commemorate those men who lost their lives. I mentioned there were two. Echo Cole and Robert Walker was the two men that was on the truck that was crushed that actually started this whole sanitation strike. But this particular award is going to ask me for all of the fallen sanitation workers, all of the men and women who dedicated their lives to serve this city, to not only bring equality to the city of Memphis, but they brought equality to this entire world. On behalf of the Memphis City Council, on behalf of the men and women here in the city of Memphis, I want to present to Mr. Smith as a representative for the ASME Union. And this particular humanitarian award will stand tall and ASME on behalf of those fallen sanitation workers who gave their lives for you and for I. Mr. Smith, this humanitarian award will go into ASME, and you're accepting it on their behalf. Please give us a few words, if you don't mind. Thank you, sir.
I just want to thank everybody for your generosity, all that you all have done, and for your care that y'all shown towards us. And our endeavor is to make our city a better place to live.
All right, council, from the podium, we'll call a 10-minute recess, and I would like all council members to meet us.
All right, Madam Comptroller, please call item number 39.
Item number 39 is selection of a candidate for the vacant District 9-2 position.
All right. Madam Comptroller, please read that caption one more time, please.
Item number 39 is selection of a candidate for the vacant District 9-2 position.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all of our candidates that are present here today, I will allow the members, the candidates, to go in alphabetical order, give a 2-minute speech. We will state your name and address for the record. You give your 2 minutes after you complete that. Then we will open the floor up to our council members for nominations. And let me just read to you a quick statement. During the regular meeting of the City Council, all nominees will be given an opportunity to deliver a speech and may be questioned by the council and will be voted on at the same time. A roll call vote shall be taken with each council member indicating their name of their choice to fill the vacant seat. Voting will begin with the council person whose name appears first on the voting board. With each successive round of voting, the person who voted first in the previous round will vote last. The Deputy Comptroller will tabulate the votes and inform the chairman of the vote count for each nominee at the conclusion of each round of voting. The procedures in the initial round will be repeated as many times as necessary until a nominee garners 7 votes. Remember, you have to garner 7 votes. Beginning at the second round of voting, a nominee received less than 2 votes will drop off from the nominee list. After 3 rounds of voting, the chairman may accept a motion to consider the top 2 vote getters. The chairman will have the discretion to establish time limits for the voting when an impasse seems likely and a table voting of the next meeting, so as it's not to disrupt the delayed normal council business. So with that being said, I will go through the list, and the first person on the list that I have who's certified candidate is Charlie Birch. Please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and your 2 minutes will begin at the end of your stating your address.
Right. Charlie Birch, 7657 Spirit Lake Cove, Memphis 38016. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, fellow council members, members of the audience in attendance. I'm honored to be here today to have this opportunity to continue my civil work and civil service. Super District 9, there wasn't a super district when I was born here 50 years ago, but I was born and raised in Super District 9 in Hind Park. Went to school at Threshold Montessori, St. Dominic's, the Hebrew Academy, Christian Brothers High School. Later on to graduate from the Memphis State, it was called then, with a history degree. And got into the music business, producing events and records. And then I had my first opportunity in civil service by sitting just to the left of the chairman I had an appointment by Mayor Harrington to the Alcohol Commission, which I served on not only as a board member, but as secretary of that body. So I had a lot of experience of going through the surveys, listening to the petitions, listening to the violations and the fines, giveth and taketh away there. Step down for real estate purposes, do some work with real estate 4.5 years later. And I want to say that as a property owner and as a realtor with Keller Williams, I pay a lot of property taxes. So no higher taxes is something that this council and this city can be guaranteed to get from me. Later on, I'm appointed. My next experience in serving our city is with the Memphis Music Commission, which I served for 7.5 years until its dissolvement, both as the treasurer and as the vice chair. So I got to come before this board many times, and that's where I have my experience dealing with budgets. I'll work with y'all for a fair budget.
Wrap it up, sir.
And currently I'm a federal officer with TSA. I look forward to working with y'all. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Have a great day.
J. Ford Canale. Good afternoon. Please state your name and address for the record, and at the end of that, your 2 minutes will begin.
Joseph Ford Canale, 418 Greenfield Road, Memphis 38117. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I want to first say that I'm honored to stand before you today. I consider this to be a true honor and a humbling experience to be able to serve our fellow citizens of the city of Memphis. My family has been lifelong Memphians. We've been in the funeral business for 175 years this year. The city of Memphis has done a lot for our family, and we owe a big debt of gratitude for our sustainability for that long as a family business. And I believe that one way that I can repay that debt is to serve the city and serve the citizens. And I believe that serving on the council is one way that I could give back and help move the city forward and continue to make it a great place to live, work, and play. I would ask for your support and your advice and your prayers. I would feel blessed to work alongside you and with you and learn from you. I know it's a lot to learn, but I'm ready to work hard and to listen to your input. And I would consider it a true blessing to be able to work alongside you and for the citizens of Memphis. I enjoyed speaking with each one of you, and I'd like to thank you, members of the council, for your service to the city of Memphis. I know that it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of dedication, and I greatly appreciate that, along with the other citizens of Memphis. I'd like to thank my family for their love and support and being behind me in this. It's something that I've thought about and considered and wanted to pursue for a long time. So I would look forward to working with each of you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Jimmy Lewis.
Jimmy Lewis, 3424 Del Glade Drive, 38111. Good. I was born in Memphis in 1952. I'm going to take basically about 4+ minutes that I prepared and whittle it down to 2 by eliminating what's about me primarily. I was a retailer for 18 years. I had a company called Squash Blossom Market. Then I became a commercial real estate developer. And then I had a company called French Truck Coffee, which still exists in Memphis, currently reseeded from the world of commerce. So beyond that, what's important to me is what's happening today and what's going to happen in the future. Today, I serve on the board to protect our aquifer, a nonprofit citizen group that's dedicated to supporting the conservation and protection of the Memphis sand aquifer for the benefit of present and future generations. It's our greatest resource in the city of Memphis, and it speaks to the larger issue of what we need to do to protect our environment. 5 current issues that motivate me right now are that our city must be, number one, economically healthy and continue to invest in cultural assets like design projects and public parks. Shelby Farms is an oasis. Number 2, every citizen should have suitable opportunities for gainful employment and for civic duty. People must be able to make a decent wage for their families, thereby encouraging involvement in their cities. Thriving cities are where the average Joe or the average Jane can have a great time no matter how much money they have. 3, the federal budget for poverty alleviation is inadequate. It's essential that our council works to better understand how best our citizens live, to understand our citizens living in poverty and their needs. Scarce resources must be aimed at those who need them the most, and we must get the best bang for the buck. Number 4, Memphis needs to continue its quest for talented workers and to continue to identify those factors that attract people. We need to attract the young and restless, who are people who will start businesses here and will stay here. Finally, Memphis needs to explore much more of what Explore Bike Share and the City of Memphis Bikeway and Pedestrian Program have already accomplished.
Please wrap
We
it
need
up.
healthy lifestyles, and we must clamor for bike lanes where possible, slower speed streets also to promote walkable neighborhoods.
Please wrap it up, sir.
Public service is a privilege, regardless of the outcome
All
of
right.
today's
I have to
appointment.
cut your mic off, sir.
Thank you.
Lisa Moore.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Moore, 88 Marn, 38111. It is my deep pleasure to be here before you. Thank you, Councilman, Councilwomen, Chairman Boyd. Thank you. I've stood before you many times as a citizen, as a leader, and it would be my great honor to join you and work alongside you to move the agenda of Memphis, to enhance access for all, to improve our ability to serve our youth through education, through community assets. I have a tremendous background of engagement with city services. In college, I taught gymnastics at Marion Hill Community Center, was a head lifeguard at Willow Pool. I worked alongside leadership many years ago to come up with a new system for a strategic plan for the design of park services. When Mayor Strickland was on the city council, I was a part of leading and implementing a full strategic plan for park services that is still enacted today. I'm a Memphis City Schools graduate. I am a Memphis State University graduate. And I am a proud Memphian. I made a choice after leaving town to come back to raise my children here, who are over here, because I know that this is a place where children grow to be strong, smart, and bold. It would be a great honor to bring my experience as a leadership trainer at FedEx, a CEO of nonprofits, the founder of my own consulting company, to bring a new perspective to the City Council and work alongside you with fresh eyes. I even had the great honor under the leadership when Myron Lowry was the chairman, I was asked to come facilitate a unity and communication skills training for the City Council. It'd be a great honor to be with you and bring those skills to you. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Erica Sugarman. Please state your name and address, and after that, you can begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Sugarman. I live at 3089 Cotton Plant Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. I am seeking the interim nonpartisan position for Memphis City Council District 9. This is a nonpartisan position, and I am confident that you will be fair and equitable in making your selection for this nonpartisan interim position. This nonpartisan interim position will give the nominee the advantage of being the incumbent going into the August 2nd general election. Well, I have not been sitting on the sidelines. I have jumped in full force. I went in and I have filed my petition to run in the general election on August the 2nd. Before I tell you why I decided to apply for this nonpartisan interim position, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am a native Memphian and I have proud heritage, and I was raised in a close-knit family, taught the value of an education and the importance of giving back to the community. And these values are built on a foundation of humility, morality, and a strong spiritual faith. I've worked behind the political scenes for 20, 30 or so years, so it wasn't a surprise to my family when I decided to run for office. My credentials include a bachelor's degree in business with a major in finance, a master's in public administration, and a master's in arts and teaching. So I have 3 degrees, and I'm well qualified. My professional experience includes working at Shelby County Criminal Court as the Deputy Director of Finance for 7 years, and for the Memphis Shelby County Schools as a teacher for 20 years. Now that you know about my credentials and work history, let me tell you why I decided to apply for this nonpartisan interim position and why I believe that I am the best candidate. For over 20 years, my family, students, colleagues, and friends have asked me to run for office, and here I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Whalum Jr.
I am Kenneth Whalum Jr., 1081 Wedgwood Street. Allow me to acknowledge the linchpins of my life, my wife Sheila, and 2 of my 3 sons, Kenneth and Cortland. All 3 of my sons graduated public schools in Memphis. All 3 are professional musicians who are working to improve the future of Memphis and the image of Memphis. Thank you for those of you who responded to my emails and phone calls regarding my desire to be appointed to the position. I am putting myself forward because I believe that together we can redeem the soul of Memphis by galvanizing the hope of its citizens around providing a safe environment for our children, because that's the key. There is too much crime, there is too much graft, there is too much lack of opportunity for our children. And I think that together we can change that. I have no intention of running for the position, which is why I did not pull my petition from the Election Commission. The only reason I filled one out was because it was a part of your requirements to apply to be appointed. I believe that Chairman Boyd is right when he says that Memphis is in a state of crisis. I believe that we are a tale of 2 cities. And I believe we have an opportunity to make a difference in the world if we have the courage to put aside our differences and work for a common goal to improve things for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And last but not least is Marvin White, Jr.
Marvin White, Jr., 6918 Tangleberry Cove, 38119. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Council, distinguished guests. My name is Marvin White, Jr., and I am seeking your nominations and appointment to the vacant Super District 9, Position 2C. I first would like to recognize my family, my wife, Corey, Dr. Corey White, of 20 years, my children, Colin and Kelly. And I would also like to thank my friends, supporters, team, for all their well wishes, thoughts, and prayers. I also like to congratulate all the candidates for making it this far. This is an exciting time. To have so many people interested in serving this city is really something that we can all lean on and encourage all citizens to do. Tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a lifelong Memphian. I graduated from Whitehaven High School, class of 1994, where I was the senior class president. And the feeling I get now is the same feeling I got when I ran for senior class president. I was nervous. And now I'm seeking a greater position because I want to have a greater purpose. Distinguished councilman, I graduated from Whitehaven in '94. I moved on to the University of Memphis, where I was a men's basketball equipment manager under Larry Finch during his last years of coaching. I graduated from the University of Memphis in 1998 with my bachelor's in business. I have my MBA in finance from the University of Memphis as well. I'm a leadership giver with United Way, and I'm also a mentor with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Memphis. And that's part of the reason why I'm here. There are 96 boys on the waiting list for mentors in this city. And for that, we should all be encouraged to get out there and do more for our city. I'm here today seeking the interim position and look forward to your nominations and votes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council members, we have heard from all of our candidates. And we are also honored to have the Honorable Judge Gina Higgins, who will administer the oath of office if we are able to reach 7 votes. So next we will open the floor up for any nominations or any nominees, any council members who care. I see Councilman Hedgepeth in the queue. I see Councilman Brown in the queue. Councilman Robinson and Jones. So what we'll do, we'll go in that order, and the floor is open, and I will keep a tally as well as Madam Comptroller on all of our nominees. Remember, you nominate and get a second, that person is considered running for the position. So we'll come to you, Councilman Hedgepeth. Councilman Hedgepeth, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to nominate Ford Canale.
Ford Canale has been nominated by Councilman Hedgepeth, seconded by Councilman Colvett. All right. Councilman Brown, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I nominate Kenneth Whalum Jr.
All right. Who seconded that? Okay. Mr. Brown nominated Kenneth Whalum Jr., seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen. All right, Councilwoman Robinson, you recognize.
I nominate Marvin White Jr.
Is there a second on Marvin White Jr.? Okay, Councilwoman Robinson nominated Marvin White Jr., and it's been seconded by Councilman Jones. All right, Councilman Jones, yes, sir, Ms. Ford. Hold on. Point of information, or you?
Well, if Mr. Jones is going to nominate somebody else, I'll let him do that. Otherwise, I'd like to close nominations.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Lisa Moore. Lisa Moore.
All right. Is there a second for Lisa Moore's nomination? Okay, Councilman Jones nominated Lisa Moore, second by Councilwoman Robinson. All right, Ms. Ford.
Mr. Chair, if there are no other nominations, I'd like to close nominations at this time.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. We're closing nominations at this time, so I will read our list. We have J. Ford Canale, Lisa Moore, Kenneth Whalum Jr., Marvin White Jr. That's our list of candidates, colleagues. Madam Comptroller, you have that? All right. So I will turn it over to our Comptroller. Yes, ma'am, or we can go in alphabetical order. Yeah, we can start with Brown and go in alphabetical order based upon the list that we have of list of candidates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start with Mr. Brown, and our first candidate is Canale. Brown, your vote?
just, Madam Comptroller, he just gets to vote. It's not going by candidate. He can vote of the list of candidates that we have available, which is Jay Ford Canale, Lisa Moore, Kenneth Whalum Jr., Marvin White Jr. He can choose of that list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council members, you have the final list of candidates, correct? That were nominated. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Colvette. Councilmember Conrad. Councilmember Ford. Councilwoman Fully Love. Councilmember Hedgepeth. Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Morgan. Councilmember Morrison. Councilmember Robinson.
That's 7. I'm showing Ford Canale, 7 votes. Lisa Moore, 1 vote. Kenneth Whalum Jr., 1 vote. Is that your records, Madam
That's
Comptroller?
correct, sir.
All right. Again, wow, I didn't know how it was going to go. Congratulations, Mr. Ford. Joseph Ford Canale is our newest. Mr. Canale, you can come up to our podium. You can give us a few words. We're going to get you sworn in a couple seconds, so you get to join the hot seat. So we'll get you sworn in, but if you want to say a few words, feel free, sir.
I'd just like to thank all of the council for your support and your vote. I look forward to working with you and alongside you and moving Memphis forward and making it a better place to live and bringing businesses here and keeping residents here. And I can't thank you enough for your time and your support. And I appreciate each one of you. God bless you.
Thank you. Stay put, sir. We are honored to have Judge Gina Higgins joining us. And Ms. Ford, I don't know if you have someone here with you that you want to hold the Bible for you, or you want to hold it yourself, but you're more than welcome to bring someone up.
He wants to use his own.
Okay, I think I see your family's coming up to join you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Chairman Boyd, and to all of the members of this great council, as well as to all of the members of the state of Tennessee and the county of Shelby, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to stand before you and to administer to this individual this worthwhile oath that he's about to take, reminding him of the duties that he will undertake and that he will do an awesome job because he has the interest of the citizens of Memphis at heart. Is that correct? That's correct. All right, thank you. So having said that, right hand already raised in anticipation, if you will just kindly repeat after me. I, J. Ford Canale,
I, J. Ford Canale,
having been duly elected member of the Council of the City of Memphis,
member of the council,
make oath that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Tennessee,
the Constitution of the State of Tennessee,
and the Charter and Ordinance of the City of Memphis,
and the Charter
and will faithfully carry out and enforce the same, and will faithfully demean myself while in office, that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and carry out and enforce all of the duties of said office, that I will not become interested directly or indirectly, nearly or remotely, for myself or for others, in any contract for work, materials, or supplies, or services, or purchases made by the city of Memphis. So help me God. And you have several witnesses. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, there, come on, you have to sign. All right, now you know they're going to hold you.
All right. Where's Madam Comptroller? Okay, great. Councilman Canale, you may want to, they might ask you some questions. If you want to conduct a few interviews, if they have questions for you, you can now. I see, Councilman Canale, the media is looking for you, so you have to decide if you want to meet or talk to the media. He's completely ignoring me right now. So he's learned. So Councilman Canale, if you want to, you can do a quick interview, but we have a meeting to conduct, so big decision to make. You either can stay here or talk to the media. Your first difficult decision. They're waiting on you. Okay, that's your call after the meeting. All right, Madam Comptroller, with that, please cancel the item number 39, and please call item number 2.
Item number 2 is a resolution approving a 5-lot residential single-family plan development located at 4171 Poplar Avenue, containing plus or minus 0.991 acre in the residential single-family -10R-10 and residential corridor overlay district. This resolution is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. It was held from May 8th. The case number is PD 18-14.
Councilman Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see our applicants present. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, this is item number 2, case PD 18-14, 4171 Poplar. Is there any opposition in the audience? Do we have a card, Mr. Chairman?
I do not have a card on that item.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this case was heard here in committee earlier today. It did receive a favorable recommendation. We do have staff on hand should any of the council members wish a presentation, but with that, I shall move it to the floor.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Colvett, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whitehead, all the conditions that we listed in committee earlier today, have those been memorialized?
Yes, sir, and I have copies with me right now.
Okay, if you could just give a brief overview for council members who weren't in committee.
Mr. Chairman, during committee, several conditions of this approval were made or were changed. One dealing with the lot size, that's condition Roman numeral 2, capital A, from 6,800 to 6,700. The second dealt with the fencing along Poplar, changing it from an optional brick or wrought iron along Poplar to brick only. That is condition 4C. Also concerning fencing, condition 4D was recognized but already part of the conditions, dealing with a man gate along Williamsburg being prohibited. Then a Roman numeral 5 was amended, requiring allowing a sign for the village association to be installed at the southwest corner of Williamsburg and Poplar. And finally, a new Roman numeral 9, the architect of record for all homes being a David Anderson. And I have copies of that for council records as well.
I just want to say thank you, everybody, for the patience on this. There were just a few ongoing conversations with neighbors that lingered, and that's why we've held it for 2 weeks. I had some concerns as well. Many of them have been alleviated, and I think it's a statement that there aren't any neighbors here opposing this now, and I will be voting in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Seeing no other council members in the queue, council members, please cast your votes for item number 2. All right. Frank, can we please get his computer screen taken care of? I will say this one more time, IT, if you're listening. Please fix our equipment. Sir? All right. Can we show our votes? Because if this is how the meeting's going to go, we'll be here all night.
Brown, yes. Colvette, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please call item number 3.
Item number 3 is a resolution approving a planned development located at 12505 East Highway 64, containing 3.47 acres in the Conservation Agriculture District. This resolution is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 18-02.
Councilman Colvette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see our applicant is present. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
It's Henry Porter with WH Porter, 6055 Primacy Parkway, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, item number 3, case PD 1802, 12505 East Highway 64. Is there any opposition? Item number 3. Do you have any cards, Mr. Chairman?
Seeing none.
None. Mr. Chairman, this case was heard in committee. It did receive a favorable recommendation. We do have staff on hand should anyone wish a presentation, but with that, I shall move it to the floor.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Colvette, seconded by Councilman Morrison. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for item number 3.
I just moved it again.
His screen will not go from that screen to a voting screen.
Brown, yes. Colvette, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canale, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call item number 4.
Item number 4 is a joint ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code as adopted by the City of Memphis August 10th, 2010, and by Shelby County August 9th, 2010, as amended to revise and enhance the joint zoning and subdivision regulations as recommended by the Memphis and Shelby County Office of Planning and Development and the Land Use Control Board. This text amendment affects all property within the city of Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County. Up for third and final reading, this ordinance is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is ZTA 18-001, ordinance number 5688.
Councilman Colvett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whitehead, are you presenting for the city?
Yes, sir.
All right, may I have your name and address for the record, please?
Josh Whitehead, 125 North Main.
Standing, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, item number 4, case ZTA 18-001, ordinance 5688. Is there any opposition? This is item 4. Mr. Chairman, do we have any cards?
No, sir.
All right, this case was heard in committee. It did receive a favorable recommendation. We do have staff on hand should anyone wish a presentation. But with that, Val, if you could move that for me, please. I move it to the floor.
It's been moved by Councilman Colvett, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for item number 4.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. All right, Madam Comptroller, please call our fiscal consent, which starts with item number 40.
Item number 40 is a resolution amending the FY18 budget to accept GoFundMe donations in the amount of $69,701 for expenses associated with the City of Memphis's bicentennial celebration. This resolution is sponsored by the Finance Division. And item number 42 on the fiscal consent is a resolution accepting, allocating, and appropriating $60,000 in unrestricted grant funds from the Petco Foundation in order for Memphis Animal Services to provide heartworm treatment for some of their 1,500 plus heartworm positive dogs. This resolution is sponsored by Animal Services. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our fiscal consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for our fiscal consent agenda.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call item 41, please.
Item number 41 is a resolution approving the development of the Blue Cross Healthy Place at the David Carnes Park, sponsored by the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee Health Foundation. The acceptance donation amount is $4.5 million. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhoods Division.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item was presented within the Parks and Environment Committee. It received a favorable recommendation, and I'd like to move it to the floor.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen, seconded by Councilman Ford. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for item 41.
Gotcha. Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call our consent agenda, starting with item number 5, please.
Item number 5, resolution celebrating Memphis's 199th anniversary and declaring May 22nd, 2018 as Memphis Founders Day. This resolution is sponsored by Chairman Boyd. Item number 6 is up for second reading. Ordinance number 5689 is sponsored by the Finance Division. Item number 7 is up for second reading. Ordinance number 5690 is sponsored by the Finance Division. Item number 8 is also up for second reading. Ordinance number 5691 is sponsored by Councilman Jones. Item number 9 is up for second reading. Ordinance number 5692 is sponsored by Councilman Conrad. Item number 10, ordinance rezoning the northwest corner of Shelby Drive and Malone Road containing 12.73 acres in the residential single-family R-8 and commercial mixed-use 1 CMU 1 districts. Up for first reading, this ordinance is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is Z18-06, ordinance number 5693. Item number 11, notations from the Land Use Control Board that the following cases were heard and recommendation made requesting a date of public hearing. For A, case number SAC 18-03, Wagner Place, and B, case number PD 18-10, One Bill Plan Development. Mr. Chairman, the date of this public hearing suggested is June 5th, 2018, and that concludes our consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
My pleasure.
It has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Morrison. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for our consent agenda.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call our MLGW fiscal consent.
Item number 12 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Intervac International ULC for the purchase of an oil filtration trailer in the amount of $104,063. Item number 13 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Summit Truck Group for the purchase of truck-mounted hydraulic digger derricks in the amount of $1,416,357. Item number 14 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Protect Plus LLC for water filter pictures and replacement cartridges in the amount of $281,400. Item number 15 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to 4RF USA Inc. for supervisory control and data acquisition automation 4RF radios in the amount of $151,052. Item number 16, resolution awarding contract number 12026, water production wells to Lane Christensen Company in the amount of $6,374,895. Item number 17 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Phoenix Technologies, Inc. for a single-phase transformer test system in the amount of $131,450. And item number 18 is a resolution awarding a 36-month purchase order to Penco Incorporated for fluorosilicic acid in the amount of $650,000. Item number 19 is a resolution awarding a 36-month purchase order for EPR-CPE 600V power cable to Universal Scaffold and Equipment LLC in the amount of $6,322,844. And item number 20 is a resolution awarding contract number 12017, Security Automation Installation and Service Agreement to Access Control Integration in the funded amount of $310,000. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent items.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilman Morrison. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for our MLGW fiscal consent.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Councilwoman Fully Love, yes. Canali, yes. And Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 29.
Is a resolution authorizing the execution, delivery, and performance of a schedule to the master lease between J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and the City of Memphis, Tennessee, in an amount not exceeding $4,400,000 relating to the acquisition of solid waste refuse trucks and to approve certain other matters relating thereto for this lease. This resolution is sponsored by the Finance Division.
Councilman Ford.
Mr. Chairman, the committee met and considered this item. It got positive recommendation. I so move.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Seeing no council members in the queue, cast your votes for item number 29.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call item number 32.
Item number 32 is a resolution allocating and appropriating funds in the amount of $594,591 from CIP project number FS17100, Fire Station Repair Cover Line, and FS18100, Fire Station Repair Cover Line, to fund Avery renovations. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item was presented within the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee. It received a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Seeing no one else in the queue, please cast your votes for item number 32.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call item 33.
Item number 33 is a resolution allocating and appropriating funds in the amount of $207,860 from CIP project number FS18100, Fire Station Repair Cover Line, to fund the design of generators, FS18 floor replacement, FS16 station improvements, HVAC, and Avery renovations. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item was discussed within the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee. It received a positive recommendation. I so move.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. Please cast your votes for item 33.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call item number 34.
Item number 34 is a resolution requesting the approval for the sale of city-owned surplus property located at 272 Austin Avenue in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, and further described as parcel ID number 013-035-00017 for the submitted offer of $1,000 by an adjoining property owner. This resolution is sponsored by the General Services Division.
Councilman Hatchpeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
It's been moved by Councilman Hatchpeth, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen. Seeing no council members in the queue, cast your votes for item number 34, please.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call item number 35.
Item number 35 is a resolution transferring allocations and appropriating funds in the amount of $655,000 to fund an energy conservation program. This resolution is sponsored by the General Services Division.
Councilman Hedgepeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
It's been moved by Councilman Hedgepeth, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen. Seeing no council members in the queue, cast your votes for item number 34. 35, sorry. It's showing item 34 in the system. Make sure, because it's still showing the, yeah.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please make sure we notate that, Madam Comptroller.
Definitely have it. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Please call item number 36.
System catch up a little bit. Item number 36 is a resolution transferring and appropriating construction funds to replace the existing channel structure over the Gayoso Bayou with a precast box culvert from Washington Avenue to 200 feet south, project number ST03021, Gayoso Bayou Culvert ST. This resolution is sponsored by the Public Works Division. Do you show item number 36?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Hedgepeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
It's been moved by Councilman Hedgepeth, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for item number 36.
Slow down. System catch. Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Please call item number 38.
Item number 38 is a resolution appropriating $79,390 to renovate the Youth Services Office at 315 South Hollywood. This resolution is sponsored by the Executive Division.
Councilman Hedgepeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
It's been moved by Councilman Hedgepeth, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen. Seeing no council members in the queue, cast your votes for item number 38. Council members, please cast your votes.
Brown, yes. Colvett, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 21.
Item number 21.
Did take it a little fast, didn't I?
Item number 21 is a resolution approving the vote of the IUOE Operating Engineers Animal Shelter Impasse Committee's recommendation in favor of the union's total economic package, 3 units.
See Councilman Morrison.
Mr. Chairman, the committee has met, recommends approval, and I so move to bring to the floor.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Morrison. We get a second on this item? Can you do it electronically, please? All right. Seconded by Councilwoman Fully Love. We have the union representatives here. Tim Taylor. Okay.
Good afternoon. Chair, I believe the
Where is Alan Wade? Where is he?
I think I saw him in the lobby.
There he is. We just called item 21, Alan, Attorney Wade, and moved it. And I think, didn't you want to go over the information that you had provided to us, or? All right, Attorney Wade, it's in your hands. Come on. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Our ordinance requires that each party shall be permitted up to 15 minutes or longer at the discretion of the council per unit to present their position to the full council before a final vote. In case of item 21, there are 3 bargaining units within that association, and they each get 15 minutes, and the city also gets 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Taylor, you're up. You have 3 units. Are you requesting 15 minutes per unit, sir?
I will not require 15 minutes per unit. Mr. Chair, if I may, item 22 also involves this same union. This union represents 4 units. 3 of them were voted one way by committee, and 1 of them was voted the other way. With the council's permission, I would just like to roll them all into one presentation, and which would total an hour if I took all the time allotted. I will not need an hour, but that way both items would be up before the council and wouldn't have to come back and just break into the last one.
I hope we can do that without objection, allowing him to present all 4 at one time. Without objection? Mr. Taylor, we will give you that time. How much time do you think you need, sir?
I don't think I'll take the time allotted for the full hour. I don't want to raise false hope by giving a time period, but I would say, if I were to guess, say perhaps 40 minutes.
All right, what we'll do, we'll put 45 minutes up there. Just know you have grace, but you can have 45 minutes. Yes.
If we're doing both of those, do we need to go ahead and read item 22 in the record?
Yeah, let's go ahead and put item number 22 in the record. Madam Comptroller, please read item number 22 as well.
Item number 22 is a resolution approving the vote of the IUOE Operating Engineers Treatment Plant Impasse Committee's recommendation in favor of the city's total economic package, 1 unit.
Thank you. Councilman Morrison?
My pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval for the purpose of on the floor. I so move.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Morrison, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. Okay. Yes, point of information, Councilman Morrison.
And I know we're combining the presentations, but it will be 4 separate votes?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be 4 separate votes on these items, but we're combining items 21 and 22 together. But we will vote on each item separately. All right. Okay. Ms. Taylor? And Ms. Carr, you want to introduce yourself? Ms. Ryan?
Yes, Chandel Carr with the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. I just wanted to note for the record that we are here for a response. So we would like an opportunity to speak as well.
Yes, ma'am. Duly noted. And Mr. Wade, Attorney Wade, we usually yield to the administration the same amount time?
If they so choose, yes.
Okay.
And when you are ready to vote, call back on me so we can make sure the motion is in the proper form for each of the...
Yes, sir. For each item, correct? Okay. All right. Ms. Chandel Ryan, you have the same amount of time allotted, so just let us know once you rebut. You can have your time as well. Madam Comptroller, starting with 45 minutes. Just note that he has up to an hour. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, if we could have the presentation that's on the computer over here put up on the screens.
Let's see if we... Brooke, do you mind putting his presentation up?
And with that, I will go ahead and begin. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tim Taylor. I'm an attorney. I represent the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 369 and 369D. Welcome, first of all, to new council member. You picked a very interesting night to become a member of the council. This union represents 4 separate units, as has been indicated. One is the animal shelter, construction inspectors, heavy equipment operators, and a public works unit that consists of employees of the treatment plant, stoppage operators, and public works dispatchers. One thing I would like to note is this is not a full MOU negotiation impasse. That happened last year in 2017. All of these units, and indeed all the unions, are currently in an MOU that runs from 2017 to 2021. So you say, why are we here? Well, we're here because the terms of that MOU provided that the parties could reopen every so often to negotiate just about wages. So that's why you're not going to see a lot of articles in front of you tonight. You're only going to see articles to do with wages. And those of you who've been on the impasse committees are already aware of that. There's no other types of articles that relate to anything other than wages. And as has been already noted by Councilmember Morrison and noted by Chairman Boyd, there are 4 separate units, and the ordinance actually requires that the council vote on each of those units separately. But in addition to voting on them, I'm asking the council to consider them each separately. Please do not feel obligated that if you feel that one total impasse package of one of these units does not merit consideration, feel obligated to vote against one that you feel that does. They are all separate. The committee, in fact, voted in favor of 3, but against one of them. I simply ask that they all be considered individually based on each on its own merit, not simply because if you don't give one to one, you feel like you're not obligated, you feel obligated not to give one to the other. Please judge them each on their own merits. Another preliminary item would be that in the course of this presentation, there's going to come up an issue that was addressed at the committee and the committee voted on and is now before the council concerning one item of the city's last best offer. It is the position of the unions that that item is not subject to the impasse procedure for a number of reasons. I know the chairman has requested an opinion from Mr. Wade, who has rendered that opinion. I'm going to be addressing that in more detail later, but I would remind the council that under the new impasse ordinance, the purpose of this vote tonight is not to determine what goes in the memorandum of understanding. The purpose of this vote tonight is to determine which total economic package will be reflected in the budget. Once that package is in the budget, the memorandum of understanding will reflect whatever numbers go in the budget. More about that later. Let's see, go on to the next page, please, Chris. The impasse process is part of the budget procedure, and here's some money talk. According to the fiscal year 2017 financial report for the city, in the general fund, there'll be $147 million in reserve. 95 million of that is unassigned, another 43 million is assigned. Even if you take the unassigned only, that is a savings of 14.4%. When you add in the assigned portion, that's 21% savings. All three of those categories, restricted, assigned, and unassigned, were greater than at the close of fiscal year 2016. So the city of Memphis is being very economical with its finances. Go on to the next. Now, enterprise funds. The enterprise funds are the sewer funds and the stormwater funds. They're important for this unit because, or this union, there are over 320 positions combined in all these units. And of that number, 67 are in the general fund, and the remainder, approximately 250 some odd, are funded by either the enterprise funds, and I think there's 12 positions that fall under solid waste management. The enterprise funds are sewer and stormwater. Over 75% of our positions are funded by those funds, not the general fund. That funding doesn't just include the salaries. It includes the benefits, it includes the overtime, it includes the city's contribution to the pension, the employee's contribution to the pension. Everything to do with that position is funded by the enterprise funds. Not part of the general operating budget. It's not funded by taxes. It's only funded by those sewer and stormwater fees. Now, the stormwater fees were last raised in 2010 until last year, and higher fees went into effect January 1st of this year. But even with that, as the city's budget proposal actually states, Memphis continues to rank as having one of the lowest residential, commercial, and industrial wastewater rates among the 1,250 largest cities in the nation. And that's the city's opinion. Now, go on to the next slide, please. Here's information from the financial report on the enterprise funds. At the end of fiscal year 2017, according to the financial report, the sewer fund had $38 million in net revenue. Net revenue is the money you have left over after you pay the bills. In the private sector, it would be called profit. The stormwater fund had nearly $16 million in net revenue. According to the budget, net revenue projected to end this fiscal year, 2018, will be $42.7 million for the sewer fund, $2.14 million for the stormwater fund net revenue. Once again, that's after the fees come in and the expenses go out, that's what's left over. The sewer fund and the stormwater fund have traditionally been funds that show net revenue. There hasn't been any net loss, at least in the years I've been doing this, which is 5. Now, going on to the next slide. The city is probably going to discuss a wage survey that it sent out in February. The results came in March. The survey started 2 years ago. The city hired a local company to conduct this wage survey by sending out information to about 20, 25 different municipalities. They got it back, and they would release the results in February of each year. And on this survey, the city would use it to say that that we, the city of Memphis, are paying our employees more than these other cities. We would look at those surveys, and we would look at the data listed in those surveys where it showed what employees are making in other cities, and frankly, we would find problems with them, like there were no employees in a specific classification. It was obvious on the sheet. We found one where the average pay was lower than the minimum pay, which is a mathematical impossibility. But that was what the city was using at that time to support its position. Now, this year, the city got a new company, Lockton, and they submitted this survey, It didn't come out until March 21st, which was nearly 3 weeks after negotiations actually started. And this new company eliminated those problems in the data by eliminating the data. If you look at the city's wage survey report now, it does not have any of the information from any of the other cities showing, what, for example, an animal control officer makes in Nashville. It just has summaries and averages. As a result, all the mathematical errors that were in the previous one aren't there, but we can't find them. This survey we submit is worth less than even the previous surveys. And during negotiations, we asked for that underlying information. We said, okay, these are just averages. Please give us the information that shows what each position is making in each city that you received information from. The city declined to provide that information. They said it was irrelevant. I want y'all to think about that. The city is coming to this council, asking the council to approve its economic package, and it's using this wage survey to support its position. But yet the underlying data under that wage survey is not being provided. When we asked for it, we were told that it was irrelevant. To paraphrase the Wizard of Oz, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Now, go on to the next slide, please. Bad faith negotiating. I've been doing this since 2006, and it seems like I most of the time say this. It's unfortunate, but it happens, and the shoe still fits. There was no proposal from the city at all until the very last day of negotiations, after having negotiating meetings throughout the month of March. Furthermore, there was a request that the city already knew it was going to make. A proposal the city already knew it was going to make. They knew it in February. There was a kickoff meeting between all the union heads and negotiators in the city. This proposal was put up on a PowerPoint screen, and the city indicated that was going to be a proposal they planned to make. We went through negotiations. We repeatedly asked the city if it had a proposal to make. The answer was consistently no. We said, is there any part of a proposal you have ready to make? No. Is there any part of a proposal you have ready to make? No. Last day, they put this proposal in here. This proposal is going to be one of the ones I'm talking about later, the non-economic item. And so we can draw no conclusion other than that the city withheld that proposal throughout the entire length of the negotiations just to wait until the last day to present it to us, so there would be no real time to substantively discuss it or negotiate about it. I talked about information that was requested. Now, I have to be completely accurate here. We did request some information from the city that it did provide, and it provided it promptly and accurately, and we appreciate that. But there was other information in addition to the wage survey that we asked for that the city did not provide. And the interesting point about that is this was information that's public record. I asked for it in negotiations. The city declined and said it wasn't irrelevant. I went online to the city's open records office. I got it in 3 days. So the question is, why are you complaining, Mr. Taylor? You got the information. It's like, yeah, but why didn't they give it to me? They knew it was public record. They knew they couldn't deny it. It was information. They just said it wasn't relevant. So they either did it to delay or perhaps assuming that we wouldn't follow up and request the information. Well, we did. And I've already mentioned that the wage survey data the city held, when we requested it, the city said it was irrelevant. Now, going on to the next slide. Now, during these wage negotiations, here's the city's proposal. Current wage rates be increased by 0% and a performance bonus program. It's the position of the union that the only economic portion of the city's total economic package, or last best offer, depending on what you want to call it, is that 0% increase. And that's one of the threshold issues I'd like to raise before the council. We submit that's not an economic item subject to the impasse procedure. Simply put, under the new impasse procedure, the council votes on the total economic package. Whichever package the council votes for goes into the budget. The new ordinance does not say that it goes into the MOU. It says it goes into the budget. If, for example, this council approved a 2% raise for the animal shelter, those numbers would go into the budget would be calculated, the 2% raise would be in there, then those numbers would go from the budget into the memorandum of understanding. The wage section, which is the only one that was open for negotiation, would then be changed to reflect that 2% raise. That's an economic item. That's the zero. This performance bonus program is just what we in labor relations call language. There's no money attached to it. And we submit that the council, while the council has the authority to vote what goes in the budget, It doesn't have the authority to vote what goes in the MOU unless that language has money attached to it, specific money in the budget. And that does not happen at this point. Go to the next slide. This is the city's proposal, that performance bonus program. Essentially, it just says the city may establish a performance bonus program. It will consult with the bargaining unit about it, but obviously the bargaining unit does not have to agree. It says the program year will be a fiscal year for the city, July 1 to June 30, and that the bonuses will be awarded in July 15th. Also says it's not subject to the grievance procedure. Now, if you look at that language, it doesn't actually establish a bonus program. It's enabling language. It says the city may establish a program, and if it does, here's some rudimentary outlines. It's got to go in a budget year. Well, it didn't take a lot of thought to say that it comes in a budget year. Everything in the city of Memphis operates on a budget year. There is no performance bonus program currently in place. Throughout negotiations, we were not provided with any structure about that. At the impasse committee meeting for this unit, the city representatives advised the committee that it would take 4, 5, 6 months to implement and establish such a program. There are no specific proposals for a bonus program submitted to either this union or, to my information, any of the unions. There's no indication of how it worked, no structure, no cost, no metrics. No way to tell how the program would operate. And indeed, no way for this council to determine if it would agree with what the city implements. If, under this language, the city could implement whatever policy it wishes. Some of the members would no doubt think it was too generous and the standards were too low. Others might think it was too unfair with too much discretion left in the hands of individual managers. But the council can't tell based on this language because it doesn't set any of that out. It just says the city, if it wishes, may establish a bonus program. And considering, and then it would ask the council to fund it. Considering that the city first proposed this language a year ago in the 2017 negotiations, when the entire MOU was open for negotiations, it seems like they've had sufficient amount of time to come up with a plan or program to put in place. But if they have one, they haven't shown it to us, and to my knowledge, they haven't shown it to the council. Now, as I said earlier, these negotiations are a reopener for wages only. This is not wages. Wages are a specific amount of dollars for a specific type of work. No, this doesn't have any specific money for any work. And don't just take my word for it. The city negotiators agreed. During the course of negotiations, 2 bargaining units specifically proposed what they call incentive pay language. If an employee did this, whether it would be hazardous pay or obtained a certification, they would receive this, an extra couple bucks an hour for the hazard pay or a percentage for the certification. Both 2 separate units, the city negotiators in both of those units rejected those proposals as outside the scope of negotiations. Their comments were, these aren't wages, these are incentive programs. So they're outside the scope of negotiations, we're not going to consider them. Ironically, they then proposed language that was not even an incentive program. It's language that enabled an incentive program, which is even farther outside the scope of these wage negotiations. And these are the words of the city negotiators in the course of negotiations. These are the type of things we're dealing with. Once again, the language the city proposes does nothing more than authorize it to establish a program. You know, it's not a bonus program, it's not wages, it's not economic. There's no indication of cost, no indication of the effect on the budget. Once again, city negotiators agreed with us on this particular position. In 2 other units, the city negotiators agreed that there was no line item in the budget, or indeed no item in the budget at all, associated with this proposed language. It is what in labor relations we would call just language. It is more appropriately contained in a management rights clause, which all of these MOUs have management rights clause, and they were open for negotiation last year. They weren't open for negotiation this year. The city had the opportunity to negotiate this year, but there was a deadline that nobody raised opening up any non-economic items this year. So the only item that was on agenda was the articles for the wages, and that's it. And so what the city has done is take this language, which should appropriately be in another article, put it under the wages title, and say, hey, it's economic. because it's under wages. It's not wages. It's not a bonus program. It's not economic. Thanks. Once again, I'm afraid I have to talk about lack of good faith. Once again, this language was first proposed in 2017, but it was withdrawn at that time in order to settle the impasses. As you may remember, we had impasse committee hearings last year, but no impasses came to the full council. All the MOUs were settled. In addition to other consideration, that was one of the terms, was the city's withdrawing of that particular article. They've had ample opportunity to draft a program with details. Had they done so, the unions could have negotiated it. The council would then have a product to consider, not just language that allows the city to create a product. It was know what it's getting. As it is, the council is essentially buying a car without knowing what kind of features it has, what kind of car it is, how it'll run, or how much it'll cost. Finally, the city admitted, once again, at the impasse committee for the operators, that they don't have a program, and it's going to take 6 months, 5-6 months to create. Let's assuming that happened. Let's assuming it took 5 or 6 months to create. This program, by its own language, this proposed program or purported program, what little language is in there says it runs from July to June, the city's fiscal year. Well, you couldn't do that until fiscal year 2020, which means nobody would get paid a bonus under this proposal until the end of fiscal year 2020, which would be into fiscal year 2021. So, weapons of mass distraction, please don't be fooled into thinking this bonus is going to result in a bonus to anybody, even if they put it in place until 2021. What we're talking about is the negotiations for wages for this particular fiscal year. And finally, as I said earlier, this particular language, the city knew it had it all the time. They deliberately delayed it until the last day of negotiations to prevent us actually having substantive discussion about it. It's our position that the city is just hoping the council will like the sound of the words performance bonus program without looking at the underlying substance of it. And it's my desire and belief that the city will consider the underlying substance of it. So, once again, what we're here about is actually the city's total economic package that goes into the budget. Well, the 0% is built into the budget because the wages are set in the budget. They're the same wages that were paid last year, so that's the 0%. Nothing is in the budget about this performance bonus program. It's not there. So if you take what's in the budget and put it in the MOU, you're just going to get the 0% raise. It's our position that the council, with respect, has authority to decide the total economic package and what goes in the budget, but it doesn't have the authority to decide what language goes into the memorandum of understanding unless that language says an employee will get paid X amount of money for doing this, for whether it be wages or incentives or whatever. This program doesn't exist. It's not a bonus program. It's just enabling language. It's not economic. It's not subject to the impasse procedure. The council does not have to hear it. The council can remove it from impasse, or at the very least, the council can clarify that what the council's voting on is the total economic package, and that goes into the budget. And what goes in the budget is fine, but the council is not authorizing inclusion of language into the MOU that is not in the budget. And Mr. Chair, at this point, I would like to ask you how you would like to proceed. I would submit that issue may need to be addressed first, and then I could proceed with the actual economic proposals for the individual units, or I can go ahead and proceed however you wish to.
What I would say, Mr. Taylor, if you want to, we can let the administration pick up from here, and you can keep the remaining 24 minutes for rebuttal and go into your economic issues at that point. And then we'll let the administration come back and have their say on the economic, and then we'll take each individual unit separately, if that's acceptable to you, sir.
Fine with me.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carr, how much time do you need?
For this portion of it, I believe 10 minutes I really believe 10 minutes should be sufficient. And then we'll come back and address our economic portion after he completes his. So I'm only going to talk about the performance bonus and whether it's an economic item
Okay.
in response to him.
Madam Comptroller, please just show 12 just to be safe. 12 minutes. And we'll start whenever you're ready.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Shandell Ryan Carr, and I'm here on behalf of the city to talk about the city's proposal as it relates to this particular bargaining unit, with these bargaining units. Just for the record, our response will be the same pretty much for all of the units, so I will yield to you all on how you would like for us to present for the remaining hearings. So if you're looking at the next slide, here you'll see a comparison of what is the impasse ordinance language and then some details from our bonus program. So the economic item definition based on the statute, some highlights are it relates to an identifiable portion of any recognized unit. Obviously, this is particular to the IUOE bargaining unit, all 4 of them. So it's recognizing a particular unit. It provides a direct benefit to employees. So with the cost savings, we would be able to issue these a bonus pay structure for employees once we have the program established. And that's the impasse ordinance site there. Looking at the program details, it's to reward excellent service for this particular bargaining unit. It's based on performance goals for this particular bargaining unit. And our goal, our plan, is to work with the representatives of the unions so that we can design something that they're comfortable with. Obviously, the end goal is excellent service that we want to reward. And again, it will be funded by cost savings. A good example of how this happened for us last year, we won the language to be included in the AFSCME MOUs, and those employees received a bonus. It was actually paid out in December of 2017. Each employee received in the solid waste unit, they received over $500 per employee. It was a cost of $233,000. And also for non-represented employees, we instituted a bonus structure. The payout was a total of $1.4 million. So there's absolutely money associated with a bonus program. We would love to work with the organizations to come up with some goals that we are both comfortable with so that we can go ahead and get it moving. Now, I would like to speak to the payout of July 15. You guys are aware that the way our budget works is there are payments that could happen in 15 that are realized in the previous year's budget. So that's our goal. In order to make the payouts for this program, we would make those payments by July 15. It says by July 15, so it can happen before July 15. I just want to be sure that you recognize that as well. As far as some of the other comments that were made, I would just respond by saying this. Now, we did bring this up last year. In several of the units, we settled at not moving forward with it. This year, we wanted to move forward with instituting a bonus program, so we advised the unions early on that it would be a part of our offer. We advised them in February at our very first meeting. Unfortunately, we were unable to come up with terms at the table, but we came up with some language at the table that will serve the employees once we get the bones in place for the structure of the program. And that's all that I have for a response to this, other than to say, if you look back to the definition, it's very clear that it is for, go back for me, thank you, that it is related to an identifiable portion of the unit, and it is a direct benefit to employees. And I shared 2 examples where it worked. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I go into the economic proposals from our packages, just a few comments on Ms. Carr's comments. First of all, as Ms. Carr indicated, there is no performance bonus program. I think because none was presented to us in negotiations, none was given to us. We've not seen one. Now, interestingly enough, however, though, There's apparently one for AFSCME. That was not shown to us as an example. We have no clue what that looks like. And I have to point out about AFSCME. AFSCME did not proceed to impasse last year. The council voted and held that due to the circumstances that happened around AFSCME's impasse, that AFSCME had failed to properly invoke the impasse process. As a result, that language never came before the council. So please don't be under the misunderstanding that AFSCME agreed to that language. AFSCME tried to invoke impasse. The council voted that it failed to do so in a timely fashion, and therefore the city's offer was implemented. And of course, once again, last year included both non-economic and economic items that were open for negotiation. But the fact that the city has a program that's been implemented with AFSCME, that's the first time I've heard that. From February 14th, which was the day of the kickoff meeting, until now, the only thing we've seen is the language that's in the city's last best offer and the language I put up there. We have no clue what AFSCME's program looks like. It would have been nice to at least have that to get an idea of what the city was thinking about, but that's the first I've heard of it, and the first y'all have heard of it. And our position is when you have a program, talking about negotiating with us, working with us to establish a program we can both agree with, yes, let's do that at the negotiating table. That's what it's for. Don't just throw language out that says we get to do it and we'll deal with you later. And we can do how we want to do. We can consult with you, but you don't have any say if we don't want you to have any say. If you want to negotiate it, put it out on the table. Let's negotiate it in the next rounds of negotiations or when it's appropriate to do it, and we will negotiate it. It'll be an economic item then, and this council can consider it. So when you get it together, then present it, and we'll do it. And the last thing is I'm a little confused. Ms. Carr indicated that they worked out some terms at the table. That wasn't the table I was at. There were no discussion of any terms of this language at all. I was the chief negotiator for the operating engineers. I was at every negotiation session. The only language we saw was the language that was put up on that screen where the city may establish it, fiscal year, not in the grievance procedure. I'm afraid I don't know what terms Ms. Carr is talking about. Not for my units anyway. And it's sorry from what I've heard from the other units neither do they either. So with that, with the council's permission, I will proceed on to what Ms. Carr referred to as the economic items. I thought it was interesting that she referred to the 0% as the economic items, which might suggest that the bonus proposal was not. We go to the next slide, please. Animal shelter. That's our first bargaining unit. These are the folks that protect good people from bad animals and good animals from bad people. There's 32 bargaining unit positions, 19 animal control officers, 13 technicians. That's down from last year to 30. Last year the complement was 35. This year the complement is 32. So there's been a reduction in the size of the unit. The proposal for the animal shelter is a 2% increase. Now the total cost of that proposal with overtime and benefits, not just salary, is $28,212. That is 0.6% of the animal shelter budget. That's not 6%, that's 0.6% of the animal shelter budget. The animal shelter is under the executive division, and that's less than 0.2% of the executive decision budget. Now, when I presented to the committee, I had information the city provided to me in March that showed how many positions were filled. And at that time, when I present my information was there were 3 vacant but funded positions in the bargaining unit. And the cost of those positions was about $124,000. Now, at the impasse committee, the city came up and said that that information was out of date and that those 3 positions had been filled. Now, not wanting to make sure that I'm not giving the council bad information, I did an information request, and I requested updated data. And sure enough, there are not 3 vacant positions, there are 5. At least based on the data from the city dated May 16th, 2018, which was 5 days or so after the impasse committee hearing. Now, I don't know. I can only ask the city for information, and it can only give me, but they provided me with this nice spreadsheet that shows 5 blanks in the animal shelter. The cost of those unfunded positions is nearly $200,000. And I have to point out, that is a conservative estimate because when I calculate cost, I don't include overtime and I don't include benefits. I just include the cost of the salaries. So the cost of our proposal is $28,000, including overtime and benefits. The cost of the salaries, just salaries alone for those 5 vacant positions, is $199,000. That's 7 times the cost of our proposal. The next unit is the construction inspectors. They inspect construction activities in public rights-of-way, easements, including sewers, storm drains, bridges, handicap ramps, etc. Now, this is the first unit of these 4 that involves the enterprise fund. The animal shelter was the only one that's exclusively general fund. There's only 19 employees in this bargaining unit, and there's been 19 for a good length of time. 11 are in the general fund, 8 are in the enterprise funds. As a result, any pay increase or any economic benefit going to this unit, 58% comes from the general fund, but the other 42% comes from the enterprise funds. The proposal from the construction inspectors is a 5% pay increase. The total cost of that is $55,000, once again, including overtime and benefits. That's just a little over the cost of one position in that unit. Of that amount, $23,000 would come from the enterprise funds, $32,000 would come from the general fund. That would bring the construction inspector's pay from about $49,000, Chris, it's $49,900. That would bring the cost of the current construction inspector's pay is about $49,900. That would bring it to $52,400. Please remember that number, that $52,400. There's going to be a quiz. That's a difference of less than $2,500. Go to the next slide, please. This is a page from the city's wage survey for his own construction inspector, which is this position. Lockton surveyed 3 municipalities in the state of Tennessee, other than the city of Memphis. Germantown, Collierville, and Nashville. This is one of those rare occasions where we can see what those other employees make. Lockton Limited, they said Tennessee only. It shows you the average for Tennessee. I would point the average for Tennessee is $54,000. The 50th percentile is $52,900. If you look for local, Shelby County only, the pay rates are $51,000 and $52,000. Well, since there are only 2 other surveyed entities in Shelby County, we know that Germantown is one of those and Collierville is the other. Our construction inspectors are making $49,000. When you do the math and factor in Nashville to get the Tennessee numbers, you can figure out that Nashville's pay is $59,000. The highlighted language there from this wage survey is also in the city's proposed budget. It says the city strives towards competitive pay at the 50th percentile for all positions as it relates to the current market value. The state, according to the city survey, the state of Tennessee 50th percentile is $52,900. Now, is it lower for cross country? Yeah, it's lower for cross country. But we're talking about people who are working in Shelby County and in the state of Tennessee. These people don't have to go to Texas to get a better paying job. They can go across the street or to Collierville or to Bartlett or, farthest trip they have to go is Nashville. That 5% increase that we're requesting would bring the construction inspectors up to $52,400, which is still $500 less than the 50th percentile in the state of Tennessee, which is what the city is aiming to get, the 50th percentile. Next slide. That's a repeat of that information. As a result, if you can just do the math and see that as a result, the city construction inspectors are more than 5% below the market in this state. Now, last year, Shelby County, the government of Shelby County, has construction inspectors. They did their own, the county did its own survey last year, and their market rate last year was $57,500, meaning that's what the Shelby County survey found. And those materials were in the materials that were submitted to committee, the actual copies of that survey. Shelby County found that the going market rate from their consultant was $57,500. Memphis Light, Gas, and Water has inspector operators, which do very similar work on NLGW facilities. Their pay is $60,000. We submit that the 5% raise for this particular unit would bring this unit up to what the city says it wants to do. It would get it close to that 50th percentile and basically put it at what other people within this geographical area are making. Once again, 40 some odd percent of that would come from the enterprise fund. The next unit is the heavy equipment operators and the mechanics, and there's other ancillary positions as well. They work and maintain the heavy equipment, bulldozers, graders, pavers, etc. There are approximately 101 positions in both general services and public works. I think there's one in parks as well. Approximately 65% of these positions are in the enterprise funds, 12 are in solid waste, 12% that is, and the remaining 23% is in the general fund. So less than a quarter of the costs of this unit come from the general fund. The remaining 77% comes from the enterprise funds and the solid waste. The proposal for heavy equipment is a 2% pay increase. The total cost with benefits and overtime is $130,000. 99,500 of that would come from enterprise and solid waste. The other 30 grand would come from the general fund. Once again, at the time I presented to the committee, my information indicated there were 9 vacant positions and that those positions had been vacant for several years. They didn't just pop up because I've done this enough to where I have records that go back. And there was 9 positions in fiscal year 2018 last year. I have information there was 9 positions the year before that. Now, the city indicated that one of those positions had been filled, and in fact, my updated information indicates that's correct. There are only 8 positions now. So instead of $630,000 available in funded salaries, there's only $577,000 available in funded salaries, which is still 4 times the cost of this proposal. Also for this unit, I have to point out that in January and February of this year, the foreman who supervised these employees received pay increases from the city based, I presume, on a wage study. We haven't been able to find that information. That's one aspect of the information we requested from the city that it did not provide, and I was able to get some of it through open records. And the average raise for those foremen was 19.84%. So that means, if that's the average, there were some people who received a 20% raise. Based on the fact that the funds are available, that the increase is a 2% increase, you've got vacant positions that are more than capable of funding it, we submit that this is an appropriate proposal for that particular unit. Go on the next one, please. And the last unit is the treatment plants, stoppage operators, and public works dispatchers. These were actually originally 3 units, separate MOUs, but they were combined in 2011. There are 168 positions in this bargaining unit. Now, if you saw the documentation that was submitted from the impasse committee, there's a number of 147. That's how many are filled. The number of positions in the unit are 168. Brief description: the dispatchers dispatch public works work crews to fix problems with sewers, storm drains, etc. The stoppage operators clear out stoppages in the sewers. They go down the sewers and clean up what you find in sewers. And then the treatment plant employees process what the sewers take to the treatment plant and maintain the treatment facilities and test water quality and purify that water. The proposal for the treatment plants is a 3% pay increase. The total cost of that is basically $250,000. All but $1,400 of that is from the enterprise fund. 99.4 positions in this unit are in the enterprise fund. There's 1 position in the general fund, 1 dispatcher. Once again, we have an issue with the recurring vacant positions. When I presented to the committee, my information was there were 18 vacant positions. Based on data I received from the city and dated May 16th, 2018, there are actually 21 recurring vacant positions, not 18. Now, the cost of those vacant positions, that number there is based on the 18. Due to the fact that I just received that information and this unit has more employees, more classifications, and more pay ranges than the others unit, and the fact that I received my information from the city separately, meaning one list shows the vacancies, one list shows the pay, I was not able to increase that amount. That amount's based on the 18 positions, but that's $1 million. So with 3 more positions open, it's more than that available. All of that is in the enterprise fund. Once again, over 4 times the cost of our proposal, and also these foremen in this unit also received raises, as did the others in the heavy equipment division, and the average raises across both of those divisions were 19.84%. Go to the next. Now, at the impasse committee, the city indicated that the city of Memphis would need $1 billion over the course of the next 10 years to address infrastructure problems regarding the sewer system. Well, when people start hearing 10 digits, they start paying attention most of the time. But if you look back at the sewer fund net revenue based on the city's financial reports and the city of Memphis budgets for the past 5 years, The city has, over the past 5 years, generated $150 million in net revenue for the sewer fund alone in the past 5 years. 90% of that period of time was before the fee increases that went into effect this January. That rate increase, the fee increase, based on the article in the Commercial Appeal that came out at the time that was done, we're going to generate $500 million. In addition, there was going to be another $300 million, according to the paper, available for projects. That's $800 million that the sewer fund has already planned on. So they come to the council and they say, well, we're going to need $1 billion over the next 10 years. Well, they've planned on getting $800 million of it over the next 10 years, and we haven't even really gotten into it yet. The sewer fund has more than adequate capacity to absorb that $1 billion and afford these raises. Otherwise, the city's basically saying, well, for the next 10 years, nobody gets a raise because we need $1 billion. The money is available. The $250,000 is not going to have any effect on the sewer fund's ability to raise that $1 billion. The sewer fund, frankly, is well managed and has it well in hand. We'll be able to accomplish it. Next one. So, to recap, it's my request to the council to either remove the performance bonus program language from consideration and impasse, or at the very least clarify that language is not in the budget, and that this council cannot impose language into the MOU unless there is money in the budget attached to it. The 0%, that's there. There's nothing in the budget about the bonus program. As far as the actual individual units to be considered and voted on separately, the proposal from the animal shelter is 2%, where there is unfunded positions capable of funding it, 5% for the construction inspectors, which would bring them up to the market in this area, 2% for heavy equipment, once again, more than adequate money in unfunded, in vacant but funded positions to fund it. And finally, the treatment plant stoppage and dispatch, a 3% raise, once again, more than adequate funding in the sewer fund and stormwater funds to fund that proposal and still let the Public Works Division and the sewer fund accomplish its goal of creating that infrastructure. And last but not least, I heard the presentation by the council of the Humanity Award to those strikers from the 1968 sanitation workers strike. I was only 6 months old at the time, but my parents told me there were tanks in the street. Those men and women, they fought for, as the council's resolution said, recognition, safety, decent wages, and negotiations. I hope that the council members listen to the wording of that resolution, what the members have asked me fought for. Times change, but that doesn't mean that improvement is not necessary. And the fight will go on for that improvement. Thank you, members of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Now we will hear back from the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by talking a little bit related to the vacancies that Mr. Taylor spoke of, and then we'll get into a few other things, but just to say this for vacancies. We are a 6,500 plus employee organization. As you can imagine, vacancies are very fluid. And from time to time, we're having positions filled, we're having employees promoted, we're having to backfill employees. I do have directors and deputy directors here who can speak specifically to vacancies if you have specific questions, but we've looked at the same vacancy report. The positions that have been mentioned have not been vacant for years. What Mr. Taylor is seeing is just movement within an organization our size. Many of the positions that he mentioned are being filled. They're either in a hiring process. He received a report from a snapshot in time, which was May 16, and there have even been hires that have happened since that time. So I just want to make that general statement about vacancies. And again, we're more than happy to speak with you directly if you have questions to talk about vacancies. I'm going to ask that Greg Bethel come up, and he's going to talk about the history of wages for this employee group, and he's going to talk about where they landed in our market survey. And our goal is to have decent wages for employees. That's why the mayor targeted those wages that were at least 5% below in his budget proposal. So Greg is going to speak a little bit more about that when he comes. And then I'm going to ask Paul Patterson to come up to talk about our sewer fund, because there were a lot of things that Mr. Taylor said about it, and I want to make sure that we are able to clear up some of those things that he said. So Greg Bethel.
Good evening. In our last meeting, the IUOE positions were 1% below market and 50% above market. The breakdown of that was that we did a 2017 salary survey, and the heavy equipment was already 50% above market. Wastewater treatment plant maintenance mechanics were 31% above market. Sweeper operators were 28% above market. The animal care techs were 27% above market. Animal services officers were 21%, and they were included in the 2018 survey. And the dispatchers were 20% above market. Pollution control inspectors were 2% above market, and the zone construction inspectors were 1% below market, and we included them in the 2018 survey. As far as the history of wages, in July of 2015, there was a 5 to 6% increase for animal shelter, and the euthanasia pay increase of 12.6% to 13.4% was done, and we had an education incentive pay that was increased 1 to 4% also. In January of 2015, all received a 1% increase. And July 1 of 2016, all received a 1.5% increase. And in July of 2017, all received a 1% increase. Our city position is still a 0% increase with the performance bonus. The IUOE position is to have 3% for the dispatchers and treatment plants, 2% for the animal shelters, 5% for the construction inspectors, and heavy equipment increase of 2%. As you can see there, the total cost is $464,000 plus compression costs of $112,000. If you vote to give these increases to the union, these funds will be affected in the general fund by $93,846, in the sewer fund $259,473, in the stormwater fund $93,303, in the solid waste fund $17,795, plus the compression cost, once again that cost being $576,000. Mr. Taylor said we delayed getting information that was requested by him to the union. We supplied all information that was requested by Tim Taylor. He requested information that was for non-represented employees and for employees that he does not represent. So we did inform him that he would have to get an open records request done, which he did. We must maintain the level of services that we provide. We just recently raised fees, and if increases are given at this time, we will need to raise fees again to maintain these increases. The performance bonuses, we did present this information last year, and we reminded each union of this information at the kickoff meeting on February the 14th of this year. And as it's already been stated, we were able to use performance bonuses last year as a trial, and we paid out $1.4 million to the non-represented. AFSCME has this information in the MOU, and we gave $233,000 out to them. We are willing to work with the unions on the language, and at this time, Paul Patterson will come forward to speak about the sewer fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'd just like to take a brief moment and discuss some of the issues regarding the sewer fund, some of the statements that have been made tonight regarding the sewer fund and its financial health. The sewer fund is a healthy enterprise fund for the city of Memphis. It didn't get there without proper planning and careful management of our resources. Back in January of 2018, we did have a fee increase to cover some of our operating expenses. Our fee went from $2.26 per 1,000 gallons to $2.87. To many of our citizens, that's a significant increase, and one which we carefully considered, weighed all our expenses, and sorted out what we needed to cover by that fee increase. We face many challenges in the sewer fund. There are a lot of moving parts. We are always have somebody looking over our shoulders, regulators, state and federal. One of the biggest expenses we've got coming up is a $15 million a year increase on disinfection. That's got to be covered by our service fees and the revenues we generate from that. The South Wastewater Treatment Plant is about 45 years old. It's needing to be upgraded. We're in the process of doing that. That's $170 million. The numbers that Mr. Taylor used are real numbers. Some of those expenses will be covered by service fee revenue, but we also have to sell revenue bonds or get some type of loan from the state of Tennessee if it's available. That brings us to another expense we have to manage. It's called debt service. Right now we're paying $15 million a year debt service. That debt service has to be paid through our service fees, and as we continue to improve our infrastructure, we will incur more and more debt service. So we've got to manage this fund properly to keep it as healthy as it is. The one quick statement about vacancies: we need every person that we've asked y'all to approve in our complement. Often we promote from within, and we get on that cycle. As soon as we promote, then we have another vacancy. But I can assure you that our vacancies are not sitting around for years. If you look at the personnel sheet that's been sent out, we have requests to fill for most of those positions. You'll see a few wastewater operators that are vacant, but we use those to promote people into when they get their license. We have a training program for that. With that being said, all of these different moving parts, we have to maintain 6 months of cash. That's 6 months of operating expenses, $30 million, maybe 35. So everything in the sewer fund is accounted for, and we pay particular attention to our debt and how we manage that fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the city's presentation at this time.
Thank you. And Attorney Wade disappeared again. All right, we'll go to Councilmember Ford. We have one council member in the queue. Thank you. Councilman Ford, you recognize.
Thank you. I actually need Mr. Wade, but I'll go ahead and start without him. Let me get this information out here before we go through 9 more presentations. Council members, you have the 2018 negotiations final economic proposals in front of you with all 13 collective bargaining units, the union's offer, the city's offer. This morning, I wanted to ask the finance director, how much would it cost if all 13 units were given the offer that's on this paper? I talked to Ms. Ford, and I just want to make sure that I got these numbers right. So all you got to do is just say yes or nod your head or something like that. So if you look at all 13 units and their final economic proposals, if these votes are all in the affirmative, I believe 7 votes according to the, make sure I got this, yeah, according to the legal opinion, the offers calculate up to be $8,400,000. That does not include compression. If you include compression, that's another $1.7 million, which would take the total to $10.1 million. Is that correct? All right, thank you. All right. So I just wanted to put that out there. So if council members are so inclined to vote into the affirmative, 7 votes on, let's just say all 13, it would cost a fiscal note of $10.1 million that would be added. So I want council members now to go to page 3 of Mr. Wade's legal opinion. And Mr. Chair, here comes Mr. Wade. So let me read this in, and then if anybody has any questions, I'll yield to Mr. Wade. So where it says issues before the council, it says the sole issue before the council is whether an association's proposal economic items shall be made part of the budget ordinance to be considered by the council on third and final reading. An affirmative vote of 7 council members is required to add an association's proposal to the budget ordinance. As restated, the only question before the council is, and what you see in bold, it says, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit blank be made a part of the operating budget ordinance of FY 2019. If this question fails to receive an affirmative vote of 7 council members, the budget ordinance will not be amended to include the bargaining unit's total economic package. For example, as to the IUOE Impasse Committee recommendation that the proposed performance bonus program was not an economic item, the council can vote on whether the proposed performance bonus program was an economic item, but only if the bargaining unit's total economic package was added to the budget ordinance. In those cases, it would be possible for those associations to get both their proposal plus the proposed performance bonus program as a non-economic item. So in the event a bargaining unit's total economic package is not added to the budget ordinance, the question is moot since the city will presumably implement its proposed performance bonus program anyway, even though the association has opposed it generally. So before I yield to Mr. Wade, I believe it would be appropriate for all 13 items to start off the question, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit, and then we go on the sheet. And in this case, it would be 4 of them. So just like Mr. Morrison said, we would basically say this question 4 times. And it would be a yes vote to include the bargaining units asked in the budget, and a no would be not to include. And I'd like to yield to Mr. Wade.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Attorney Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last time I looked at the clock, the city had 33 minutes. I guess they were quicker than I thought. I want to address a couple of things. One is Mr. Taylor's arguments about whether this performance bonus is economic. He made statements that it's economic only if it goes in the budget. There's nothing in the budget, only if money is attached to it. Respectfully, I don't think that's the standard. The standard is defined in the ordinance as economic items shall be defined as any items which relate to an identifiable portion of any recognized unit, which items provide to those employees direct benefits. It doesn't say anything about adding it to the budget or nothing about money being attached. Unlike the prior ordinance, which talks about an expenditure of city funds would provide immediate and direct benefits, this language only says that it is providing direct benefits. Mr. Taylor indicated that this was a wage reopener and that he didn't consider this performance bonus to be wages. I want to, again, respectfully disagree with him on that. If you look at Internal Revenue Ruling 2004-109, they define, quote, what wages are under Internal Revenue Regulation 31.3121A. And wages means all remuneration for employment. And this revenue ruling says the name by which remuneration for employment is immaterial. Salaries, fees, and bonuses are wages if paid as compensation for employment. Mr. Taylor's argument seems to conflate two separate issues. One, I believe he's arguing that because this bonus cannot be quantified with mathematical precision at this time, that it should not be considered, it should be disregarded for the purposes of comparing their proposal to the other proposal. That's a whole different issue than whether it is economic or non-economic. For the purposes of his argument, he's saying you must assign a zero value to that number and look at the city's proposal as being zero as compared to our proposal. As far as whether it is economic or not, it clearly fits the definition because it is relating to an identified portion of a recognized unit, and it does provide to those employees direct benefits. A bonus, by definition, is not a fixed thing. Bonuses come in various forms. For example, in the NFL, you may get a bonus if you rush for 1,000 yards. In this context, city employees may get a bonus if they have perfect attendance or they have no disciplinary events. There may be a whole number of quantifiable factors that you ascribe to it, and it, by its nature, is contingent upon achieving those things. As all of you know, budgets are not static. Just because there's no number today doesn't mean 6 months from now you won't be asked to add something to the budget once that number becomes quantifiable. So I think this whole issue about whether it's going to be added to the budget or not is irrelevant to the question, because employers sometimes can implement discretionary bonuses, wholly discretionary bonuses. And it's up to you of what value you give to it when you compare it to the association's offer. Now, the only issue that you have to decide is whether their proposal should be added to the budget to be considered by you on final approval. That's the only issue you have. This one comes with a favorable recommendation from the committee on 3 of the bargaining units and an unfavorable recommendation on the others. You look at that and you weigh that in your consideration of whether you want to vote for them or for the city. But the question ultimately is still the same. Shall their proposal be added to the budget? That's the only thing you would be voting on. Now, as far as the economic, non-economic issue, this was the only association in which the impasse committee made a recommendation that these bonuses were non-economic. No other bargaining unit, no other impasse committee made that recommendation. So it's my suggestion that, one, you decide the primary question. Shall the association or the bargaining unit's proposal be added to the budget? If the answer to that question is yes, then and only then do you go to the next step to decide whether you think these items are economic or non-economic. Because if they lose, the city is going to implement the program anyway. You're going to get it anyway. Now, even though they don't like it, they don't want it, apparently. So let's talk about what happens if it is economic. It is not economic. The ordinance provides that it goes to mediation. And in default of agreement on mediation, it goes to a panel of arbitrators who will decide whether this language that they don't like goes into an MOU or it doesn't. So in essence, if they prevail tonight, they can go through the mediation process and ultimately the arbitration process and get it put in their MOU and get not only their proposal, but the city's performance bonus as well. So you need to understand the ramifications of economic versus non-economic on that second vote. I don't believe I have any other comments. So for you, I guess the motion would be appropriate from somebody or not. I didn't know we had a motion on the floor, do we?
Chair, those items, we moved item 21, 22, Mr. Wade, for
Okay,
discussion purposes.
Right. You have to make a
We have to make a specific motion
for each bargaining unit.
each unit. So we're going to handle each unit separately. I do have another council member in the queue. So once you're done, Mr. Wade, I will
done.
go to Councilman Jones.
I'm done.
Okay. Councilman Jones, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, looking at the bonus program details, it talks about it's going to be funded using cost savings. So what I've been pulling up here, I've pulled up either our previous budgets or our previous CAFRs. And going back to 2009, we had $600 million in expenditures. 2010, 627 expenditures, 656 the next year, 642, which was a decrease. 641, another decrease. 616, another decrease. But then 616, 639, that goes through 2016. So if I add up all of the different budgets, I see that we have a net increase since 2009 through 2016. So my question is, if we generally, and I don't know, most of us, a good number of us, we were not on the council back in 2012, 13, 14, when we did have net decreases in expenditures. Don't know what cuts were necessary, but generally speaking, in order to have cost savings, that involves cuts. So instead of making investments, we are making cuts. So what I want to know from the administration, how do we have any type of ballpark idea of what cuts we made? If we're making cuts, at some point, colleagues, we got to get away from this idea that we can cut our way to prosperity as opposed to making investments. So, but before I can support any bonus program, it doesn't have to be specific, but just generally speaking, if we're in a cut environment, I want to know, how do we plan to, if there is, even if it's a draft bonus program, and this is somewhat a general question because I still cannot wrap my head around how we can put in performance bonuses for firefighters. I just can't. Who puts on their equipment? Who gets on the truck faster? I just don't get it. So until I can have my idea around a draft of how we plan to pay for these bonuses, I can't support it. So I would like some response to, like I said, it doesn't have to be specific, but in a general nature, I know it'll be different from this bargaining unit from some of the other ones.
Yeah, in response to that, the way we could fund this is through cost savings. For one example is related to overtime. If we have performance from the employees so that the overtime costs are lessened than what was budgeted, then there's a cost savings realized with that. Also, there's cost savings realized with how we operate the business. If there are performance metrics put in place where employees are able to perform their duties at a level that is, again, not impacting overtime, then absolutely there can be a cost saving. And again, we were able to do that with the AFSCME unit because of the hard work of those ladies and gentlemen with that program. There was cost savings realized, and they were able to receive a bonus for it.
So, getting that response, and this will be my last question, I'll wrap it up. I'd have to go back and look at each department's overtime, but maybe somebody has an idea. Can we look at any year and seeing that our overtime expense actually went down? So if we don't have that information, I know it sounds, yes, logically, if we still have these year after year after year vacancies, well, that's going to result in having our overtime expense pretty much be the same. I just don't know if we are mainly relying on overtime to do this, and we haven't seen a decline in our overall overtime expenses over this period of time. I think that that's a fallacy for us to say that we're going to have these things funded by overtime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, council members, what we're about to do, I'm going to split the question. So item number 21, we will break them.
Mr. Chair, if I may be permitted, I think I still had some time left. There's just 2 points I'd like to address concerning Mr. Wade's comments.
Mr. Taylor, how much time do you need, sir? Because I have...
less than 5 minutes.
You have 5 minutes
There you
left,
go.
so I'll give you your 5 minutes.
Prepare for a disturbance in the force. On one aspect, I agree with Mr. Wade. The only issue tonight before this council is whether the total economic package of the union be added to the budget. That's fine. I agree with that. The bigger question for this performance bonus program is whether that language, which our position is it's not an economic issue, goes into our MOU. And I submit the council doesn't have the authority to dictate language that goes in the MOU unless it's reflected in the budget. The other comment he made is about the union getting it anyway, because if we went here at impasse, we could get our pay raises, and then we could go to non-economic items and get that, if it's non-economic, and get that through the non-economic procedure. The non-economic procedure will not go into effect until 2021. Mr. Wade probably didn't have that information. It wasn't relevant to the question he was asked, but there are no non-economic items open this negotiation, next negotiation, or until 2021. That is the next time that non-economic items will be open for negotiation between any of the unions in the city of Memphis. So, if this council votes to accept the total economic package of operators or any other union, there's not going to be any concern about any double dipping or bonus program that comes in as a non-economic item, because it can't happen until 2021 anyway. Thank you.
All right, council members, I have Councilman Morgan, then I'll explain what's about to happen, okay? Councilman Morgan, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard something that was said quickly, and I just wanted to check again with the city. Have performance bonuses been paid out already to non-represented employees? And if so, how much and in what divisions?
For non-represented employees in last year's budget, it was paid out $1.4 million. Also, that same year for represented, for AFSCME in particular, it was about $233,000.
Okay, so we already have a performance bonus plan in place with measurables and metrics.
Yes.
Can that please be shared with us? And just some more details about those metrics?
Okay, so there is a goals setting period where each individual employee meets with their management and they chart out goals for the year, action items that the employee and the manager would like to see done for that year, and then they're measured on how well they perform those goals.
Okay. And when can we expect to see details of performance bonus plans for, to say, what if everything went the city's way in terms of these votes? When could we actually see for some of the more difficult positions, such as police, such as fire, where it might be more difficult to compare to a clerical or some other type of role? When can we expect to see details this year on that?
Right. So our plan is to meet with the organizations because, again, our language does foresee us having some sort of communication with the representatives so that we can come up with some goals that we are each satisfied with. And that, I believe we would be able to have that done within 4 months.
In collaboration with the representation.
In collaboration, yes.
And one more time, can you run down the numbers of the market, I guess, the market wage survey for the dispatcher, the animal shelter, construction inspector, and heavy equipment? I don't have the full
Yes, sir.
report
Councilman Morgan, 1 second.
in front of me, and it wasn't included on the next page of the presentation.
You're inquiring about the above market rates?
Yeah, just the market wage survey. You included a lot of, you said some numbers of 20% over market, but they weren't included on the next page of the presentation like they were for some of these other.
Right. They were included in our previous presentation.
Okay.
But I have that information again. We had them marked at 1% below market to 50% above market.
Okay.
The heavy equipment operators were 50% above market. Wastewater treatment plant maintenance mechanics were 31% above market. Sweeper operators were 28% above market. Animal care techs were 27% above. Animal services officers were 21%. Dispatchers, 20%. Pollution control inspectors were 2%. And zone construction inspector was 1% below, but everybody else was above.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Morgan. All right, so I will go back over to item number 21, and I will discuss. We will split the question. I will call 3 separate items, and then we'll go to item number 22. That's a total of 3 items on 21, 1 on 22. So we will have special item 1, special item 2, special item 3. Item number 22 will remain item number 22 because it's a separate unit. Understood, council members? All right. Madam Comptroller, please call special item 1. Do you have the language? Okay, Ed, go ahead, Councilman Ford. Let's get special item number 1 on the floor. I need to get it moved and seconded so we can actually vote on special item number 1.
Real quick, so I can go ahead and make sure I got it. Which one of the IUOEs is item 22 on the paper out of the 4?
Operating, engineering, treatment plant.
Okay, all right, so I'll do the other 3. Gotcha. Okay, so I'll do animal shelter, construction inspectors, and heavy equipment operator in that order, Mr. Chair.
All right,
So for the first one, special item number 1, the question in front of us is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit, IUOE animal shelter, be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019? Move it on the floor for vote.
okay, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Morrison. All right.
Mr. Chair, it needs an affirmative vote of 7 for it to be part of the budget, which means 7, if you vote yes, it's in favor of the bargaining unit. No is in favor of the administration.
All right. Council members, please cast your votes for special item 1. Madam Comptroller, please show the votes.
Brown, yes. Colvette, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails.
Chair, I'm ready for special item number 2. Special item number 2 to be read as follows. Shall the total economic package of bargaining unit IUOE construction inspectors be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY19? Moving it on the floor.
Been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Morrison. Seeing no members in the queue for special item number 2, council members, please cast your votes.
Same thing. Yes for the bargaining unit, no for the administration.
Colvett, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, no. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That a yes.
Please show Mr. Brown voting yes.
So
That
noted,
item
Mr. Chair.
fails.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready for special item number 3. Special item number 3 to be read as follows. Shall the total economic package of bargaining unit IUOE heavy equipment operator be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY19? I'd like to move it on the floor.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Morrison. Seeing no council members in the queue for special item number 3, cast your votes.
Yes for the unions, no for the administration. This is a special item. This is the third unit item.
Please show Councilman Ford voting no.
Thank you. Colvett, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, no. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. Please show Mr. Brown voting yes.
You want a yes?
You want a yes, Mr. Brown. Yes is in favor of the unions. No is in favor. Yes, sir. All right. Please show Mr. Brown voting yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have that noted.
All right. Councilman Jones.
I know we've moved on from the item. I thought that we were voting for item number 22 when we were essentially voting for item number 21B, if you would, the previous vote. I registered a no vote, but my vote was supposed to be a yes.
Madam Comptroller, for the construction inspectors, which is special item number 2, please show Councilman Jones voting yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Ford, please go to item number 22.
Thank you. Item number 22, the question in front of us is as follows. Shall the total economic package of bargaining unit IUOE treatment plants be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY19? I'd like to move this on the floor. A yes is in favor of the union. A no is in favor of the administration.
All right, this item has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Morrison. Seeing no council members in the queue, council members, please cast your votes.
Brown, yes. Colvett, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, no. Robinson, no. Swearingen, no. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item passes. Fails, sorry. I'm confused, got side conversations going.
Chair, I think we're ready for.
All right, Madam Comptroller, please call item number.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
may I interrupt you 1 second?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor made a distinction about this language not being added to the MOU. I assume that even though it is not added to the MOU, if the city presents some of his members with a big check, because of this bonus, they won't refuse it.
Thank you.
I'll burn that bridge if it happens.
All right. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 23.
Number 23 is a resolution approving the vote of the MPA Impasse Committee's recommendation in favor of the city's total economic package.
Councilman Conrad.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the committee met on this item, and we voted in favor of the city's total economic package. I believe the vote was 2-1, and I will move this to the floor for consideration.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Conrad, seconded by Councilmember Colvette. All right. I see Ms. Godwin down here. Ms. Godwin, how much time would you like, ma'am?
Well, if I could have 20 minutes, I would like 20 minutes.
Per ordinance is 15 minutes.
Right.
So I didn't know if
You
you want
asked me what I would
I didn't know
like.
if you wanted to maximize your 15 or not. All right. So we will show you 15 minutes. You can use it however you please. If you want to pause, save some rebuttal time, or for rebuttal, it's your discretion.
Could you give me just a moment to get the PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Officer Young. Can you please see what's going on with the gentleman? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure. Does he need any water? Okay, all right.
Ready when you are.
All right, you have the floor, ma'am. 15 minutes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Godwin, and I represent the Memphis Police Association here tonight. With regard to the economic, non-economic issues, come closer? Okay. Can you hear me now? All right. With regard to the economic, non-economic issues, I adopt my colleague Tim Taylor's arguments, and I'm going to leave it at that. The PowerPoint that you're going to see may vary a little bit from the materials that you've been provided as we've updated some of them. But, so, how did we get here? Unfortunately, we're here at impasse once again, but we're here because the city did not engage in good faith negotiations. All right, I don't have much time. So there were only 3 meetings. There was no offer from the city until deadline day. The city's first and only offer to the Memphis Police Association was 0. We've just had a week of honoring Dr. Martin Luther King. I just sat and watched you give the humanitarian awards to the strikers, and I've got to say to you, you cannot honor Dr. King or the sanitation workers and not negotiate in good faith with your city employees. Because that is what Dr. King came here for. You can't honor strikers who struck to force the city to come to the table to bargain in good faith for fair wages and benefits, and yet 50 years later treat these employees in the same way they did 50 years ago. So how far have we really come? So the city's only offer was zero. The MPA's last best offer was a 2.5% base wage increase for patrolmen and a 5% base wage increase for sergeants. This equates to about a $2.65 million fiscal impact to the city of Memphis budget. That's a 0.39% of Mayor Strickland's budget. It is a 1% impact on the police budget. Now, this was the city's last and only offer. Zero and the performance program language. Please do not be fooled. The city has not offered the officers of the Memphis Police Department a performance bonus. There is no bonus. There is no money. There is no funding. There's no program. There is only a concept, giving management the right to impose something they don't even know what it is or how it could be applied to a police department. It is a complete unknown. There are numerous reasons why a performance-based bonus proposal is not feasible in a police department. First of all, they gave us no framework. I specifically asked during negotiations, give me one criteria, one metric that you would use in a police department. Are you going to use arrests? Are you going to use tickets? Well, guess what? Those are quotas that are illegal under Tennessee law. We have officers that perform all types of different functions in the city. We have detectives, we used to have bike officers. How are you going to compare? What goals are you going to set? I asked them, give me one criteria. They couldn't. They couldn't give me one. I asked them, is there any funding for this? They said no. If you go back and look at that language for a minute, please. It says the program will be from July 1 to July 30 during any year the program is operational. Any bonuses awarded under this program will be issued the 15th of July after the conclusion of the program year. It didn't say on or before. It says issued the 15th after the conclusion of the program year. So is there any possibility of this going into effect in this budget year? No. You'd have to have a full year, so the first time you could even contemplate getting a bonus under a program we don't know about would be July 1 of 2020. I think my colleague said 21. I think it's 20. But what this bonus program really does is, you heard Ms. Carr say that you would set goals with your supervisor. Those are like evaluations. They're subjective. What you're doing is bringing back the same good old boy system that the sanitation workers were striking against. That's why we go to comprehensive set wages in a memorandum of understanding in our wage package, so that you don't have subjectivity in whether you give raises or not. I submit to you it is an invitation for litigation. There was Channel 13, I believe, did a story, and even the, I don't know if we're going to get the audio on this, but they interviewed a civil rights attorney who said that these type of programs have a disparate impact on the minority community, and that performance-based bonus proposals have no business in a police department. Are you going to ask them to make more arrests to get a bonus? So, Why should we pay our officers? Why should we give them a raise? I submit to you that it is imperative to this city, to the safety of this city, that you attract and retain officers. For the 7th straight year, MPD is losing officers faster than they can be replaced. Year to date, we're looking at losing at a rate of 3.78 officers a week. 68 officers have left this year with their institutional knowledge and the costs of training that we have paid for them. This slide shows officers leaving versus new hires. Please note that officers leaving outpaced officers hired starting in 2012, when the 4.6 pay cut was instituted, and the exodus peaked in 14 and 15 when pension and health care benefits were cut. This is what we predicted would happen, and this is what's happening. The cost to train an officer is approximately $130,000 for the first year. 28 patrolmen have resigned this year already. You've lost over $3.5 million that you invested in those officers. Memphis is incurring these costs and then losing the officers to more competitive departments. You know, Director Armstrong once told me that he went to a conference of chiefs of police departments, and chiefs from Dallas and Austin all came up to him and patted him on the back and said, "Thank you, Director, for sending me these very well-trained officers." Despite what you have heard, the national Memphis police officers are paid below the national average. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, the national average for a police officer is $64,490. A patrolman's average salary is $53,440, over $11,000 less than the national average. Now, the city is relying on purported wage surveys. You've heard something about those tonight, but in past years, they used the Center Group, and in 2016 and 17, their own survey showed patrolmen being paid 6.5% below market average in 16 and 13% below market average in 17. Well, apparently the city was unhappy with those results, so they went out and got a different company, the Lockton Group, and what they produced isn't worth the paper it's written on. It was seriously flawed, and the city admitted it, but still relies on it and didn't correct it. For example, and most importantly, one of the comparable cities, agencies they looked at was the Shelby County School Security. Well, guess what? Shelby County School Security is not a law enforcement agency. They are not comparable. Their salary was $29,000 a year. Now, is that going to skew the survey? Of course it is. We asked for the specific salaries from the different departments that they looked at. They would not supply that data. We requested it over and over, and it was not supplied. So what our people did, our negotiation team went out, contacted the departments that Lockton looked at, and what we showed by looking at the actual salaries was that we are 18.6 below market average and even higher for sergeants. I'd like you to look at this slide because we took the actual salaries from the cities that Lockton looked at, excluding the Shelby County School Security, which obviously isn't a police department. And what you're looking at is that the average, and this is not the average salary, this is top out pay for a patrolman. In Memphis is $57,827, and of the cities in the Lockton group, it's $68,604 for an 18.6% gap. So I ask you, when you hear from the city what that Lockton survey said, I'd ask you to really question that. Some of it is in your materials that I provided to you, and if you look at it, you will see that the salaries were never even in there. Now, Mayor Luttrell apparently has recognized that we are going to have to be competitive, and he has recommended a raise of almost $5,000 for his sheriff's deputies. That would take them to $62,800. Harvey Kennedy, their CAO, said, maybe we can just be a little more competitive. And you know what I heard Ms. Carr and Mr. Bethel say? That they're striving to be at the 50th percentile. They're striving at mediocrity, at average, but we're not even there. So if you are going to attract officers to this city, you are going to have to be more competitive. You may have heard that police officers don't deserve raises this year because they got raises in the last 2 years. Well, that's because they've been playing catch-up for a long time. Go back and look at what the wages were. In 2009 to 10, there were no wage increases for police officers. 11 to 12, there was a 4.6% pay cut. And I think Mr. Councilman Jones mentioned when there were cuts in the budget. Yeah, that's because they cut wages by 4.6%, and then in 14, they cut benefits. So 2013 to 16, the 4.6 was restored, but there were no wage increases and no back pay. 16 to 18, yes, we got some increases, but if you look at the consumer price index for that period of time, you're looking at 17.5, so we haven't even been treading water. MPD officers handle a much larger workload than the comparable cities. Look at the call ratio compared to Collierville, Germantown, the Sheriff's Department. Look at the homicides. Unfortunately, according to an April 16, 2018 report, the FBI ranks Memphis as the second most violent city in the United States. We are confronted daily with violent crime in this city. Can the city afford the MPA's proposal? I submit to you, you can't afford not to accept it. You can't call this a public safety focused budget as the mayor has when you are cutting effectively $4.5 million from last year's budget. You are reducing the authorized complement of P2s and sergeants by 143. You are reducing the budgeted full-time equivalent from 2208 to 2126, calling it normalization. How can you say you're beefing up the police department? It may be shocking to you, but at any time during off-peak hours, there are a mere 108 officers on the street covering the city of Memphis. In peak times where you have an overlap of shifts, you may have 216 patrol officers covering the city of Memphis. You may have read the opinion of Bill Gibbons in the paper this weekend, who talked about crime being decreased in New York. And what he said was that what they looked at there and what decreased crime was an increase in commitment to police resources and an increased presence of police officers. Well, you're not going to have that if you don't invest in your police officers, if you don't invest in your police department. So I would leave you with this slide that shows officers leaving versus new hires and the increase in violent crime, and ask you to adopt the police unions, associations,
Please wrap it up, ma'am.
proposed economic package.
Thank you. Administration.
Okay.
15? All right. Madam Comptroller, 15 minutes, please.
Good evening again. I'm going to rely on my previous conversation about the performance bonus program. I do want to point out that the language actually says that it will be paid out by July 2015. That's a distinction.
Please, no interruption. Please respect your time, so please respect theirs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one other point I want to make about police attrition, we've worked really hard with the police department to attract and retain officers. And some of the programs that we have instituted includes a retention bonus, and that's in full effect. You'll hear more about that. And I want to say that for 2017, we have had a net gain of officers. Even though we had officers to leave, we had a net gain of 42. And we're trending to have net gains this year, fiscal year as well, if all goes as planned. I'm going to bring up Greg Bethel to talk the specifics about this particular proposal.
All right. The police officers are 3.55% above market. I have that slide. As you can see by the slide and the presentation that we have, they're 3.55% above market at this time. And in the police sergeants, they're 4.27% above market at this time. As far as the history of raises, in 2016, they were paid January 1, 16, 2% for police officers for an increase. 2016 again, 7/1/16 paid 2.75%, and then the 12-year officers got 3.75% increase, and also received a $500 bonus in money. In 2017, paid 7/1/17, 1% for officers was increased, and 2% for the 12-year police commissioned, including the rank positions. They also received a $1,600 retention bonus for police with 12 years of service. In our city position, we recommended a 0% increase with the performance bonus. MPA recommended 2.5% increase for police officers 2 and 3, and a 5% increase for the sergeants. If you vote to give these increases to the union, these funds will affect the general fund $3.439 million plus compression costs of $1,224,000. That's a total of $4,664,000. Once again, we must maintain the level of services that we provide, and we just recently had the fees raised, and if increases are given at this time, we will need to raise fees again to maintain these increases. Thank you.
Administration, anything else to add? If not, we will go to council members. Am I seeing that as a no? You guys are done?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have two council members in the queue. I have Councilman Ford, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Ford, to recognize.
Chairman, I just want to state the question before the council, so I'll go ahead and do that.
Do you want to state that after you hear a question from Councilman Morgan, since you're stating a question?
No.
All right.
I'm ready. The question in front of us is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit, Memphis Police Association, be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019, where a yes in the affirmative would affect the budget by these two dollar amounts up here on the screen. A no vote is for the administration. And I so move.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Hedgepeth. All right, Councilman Morgan, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to the information about the market wage survey to the city, were those positions included about Shelby County school enforcement officers in your totals? Just specifically, the difference between your numbers and their numbers, and why the gap?
Yes, we had included Shelby County in the scope. When we recognized it, we took them out of it, the survey. Also, on some data points, we went back and looked at them.
So do the numbers we have in front of us reflect them being in the survey or being taken out of the survey?
I don't know what you have.
Okay. The numbers that y'all presented. So for sergeants, it would be market average wages 60,500. Memphis average wages 63,100.
You look at the police officer, sir?
Police officer 2 would be market average wages 53,100. Memphis average wages 55,500.
Yes, that's correct. That's what we took out, yes.
So those numbers are without the Shelby County.
Correct. The first line, when you see locked in scope and recommended, that was taken out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually I've got some questions for you next as well. I think, okay, then to the MPA representation, could you please explain, if those were taken out, what is the difference between y'all's numbers? 'Cause
Okay.
Significant difference.
In the package of materials that we provided to each of you, there is a one-page document. It looks like this.
Correct.
Okay, and if you look at the left, it shows you the cities, the participant list. And down at the bottom, it says Shelby County Schools. There's an X there. And when we pointed that out and they took it out, the numbers didn't change. And that is the second document that you have. So their numbers are wrong. Their numbers are wrong. And if you look at these results for each of these cities, you'll see that they never give you the actual salaries from the other cities. And we went and contacted all those other cities and got the actual salaries, and that's what you saw.
Okay, so that could account for a difference where y'all contacted them, got numbers on your own outside of
Correct.
the Lockton study.
That's correct.
Okay.
Despite the fact that we asked them for the underlying data. Now, when we got the center surveys years ago, the last 2 years, they gave us the data.
Okay, so it's going to be a difference of information, and that's where it's going to come down to. I know it sounds like y'all might argue about this forever.
Well, there's no doubt that if you go to Austin and ask what they're making there, it's going to be $93,000 a year. If you go to Dallas, it's I don't have that in front of me right now.
Some of my next comments, I'm going to be fast for the sake of my colleagues and people in the audience still waiting. Is really over I think there's a very good argument to make for police pay increases, and to my disappointment, y'all choose not to make that argument. And you continually rely along language of fear, misleading billboards. You continue to invoke, in this instance, you've invoked the memory of Martin Luther King into the negotiations. But at other times, when people invoke his memory in terms of protesting without a permit, it seems that there's opposition to that coming out of the MPA or police department. So some of the language you used today that I thought was really disappointing is when you started talking about tickets and arrests, and you immediately said those are illegal under Tennessee law. So do you think that in any situation we are going to put performance evaluations in place that are illegal under Tennessee law? Why is that being put out in the media? Why is that used in this room?
I'm sorry? I really don't understand. Quotas, you cannot require a police officer to write so many tickets.
Okay, then why are you claiming that's going to be part of a performance evaluation that doesn't exist yet, that hadn't been written?
Well, we asked them repeatedly, what criteria are you going to use to judge the performance of an officer?
So you started using a criteria out of fear that doesn't exist, that's illegal under Tennessee law, and you start putting that out here to the public, put it out here to us when they never have said that.
Nobody had to put it out there. It's obvious. When you look at a police officer, how are you going to judge their performance?
That's not obvious.
Well,
it's obvious to the public. Actually, it is obvious because it's illegal, so it won't be used. It's obvious in the other direction.
So what are they going to use? What are they going to use?
Okay.
I asked for one example,
that's a fair
and
question,
I didn't get
but to put words in their mouth is not fair. And to put it out there to the community where people are sitting there talking about that we're going to have quotas on arrests and quotas on tickets when we know that's not going to be the case, obviously, because it's illegal. It goes back into a history of there is a great argument to be made for, I think, police pay raise increase, that we have a difficult time recruiting, and that 50% should not be the market average that we're pursuing. We should be pursuing a higher market average because it's more difficult, and you continue to put up false information, and it is absolutely driving me crazy because I was talking to 2 officers outside my house the other night. They just happened to be there. It wasn't because of me. And I was talking to them and just thanking them for the service, but I was apologizing for how much misinformation has been out there about conversations between the council and police officers and the information that gets put on not billboards, gets put on the bulletin boards in the police, in the police precincts that's not accurate about how we do funding at the city of Memphis. So
I'm really not familiar with what you're talking about.
It was put up by the
So I
MPA.
can't respond to it.
Okay.
Councilman Moore, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My frustration is probably gone too high, and I apologize to my colleagues that they had to listen to that. The fact that it's been 6.75% over the last 2 years, not to mention the retention bonuses that were called a slap in the face by the MPA, but yet over 85% of eligible officers accepted it. That wasn't mentioned as part of the raises in the last 2 years or wages in the last 2 years. I'm leaning towards the city's recommendation on this, but it's not an easy decision because I absolutely love our officers. I think we could be more aggressive in recruiting, and that includes wage increases. But the MPA is refusing to be a good partner in meeting us there and finding. And the coughs and the laughs from the audience.
Order.
In
Order.
what way do you think that helps? In what world do you think this is a relationship that we're going to have to work together on this? And I'm being very genuine and sincere. And the coughs and the and the BS from the audience is not helping. This is not a Grizzlies game.
The city would negotiate
All right.
with us in good
I'm done.
faith.
Thank you,
That
Mr.
wouldn't
Chairman.
happen.
All right, call the question. Madam Comptroller, please show the voting screen for item number 23. Yes, if you vote yes, you're voting in favor of the union. If you vote no, you're voting in favor of the city.
Brown, yes. Colbert, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, no. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. All right, Madam Comptroller, please call item number 24.
Item number 24 is a resolution approving the vote of the IAFF Impasse Committee's recommendation in favor of the city's total economic package.
Councilman Colvett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met and recommends the city's total economic passage, and I move it to the floor.
All right, it's been moved electronically by Councilman Colvett, seconded by Jones, Councilman Jones. All right, I do see Thomas Malone here. Mr. Malone, just let us know when you're ready, sir. If you have
I stay ready, Mr. Chairman. I stay ready. I'm going to try to be brief.
All right.
I'm looking at 13 people ready to get the hell out of here. I can tell you that.
Well, we will give you your time. So we'll put 15
let me
minutes.
say, oh, I'm sorry.
We'll put your 15 minutes up on the screen.
Okay. I'm going to really try to be brief if I can.
If you want to, Mr. Malone, you can hold some of your time to rebut after the administration. It's up to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'd just like to say one thing on this performance-based playing. I think Councilman Wade hit it dead on the head. The NFL does have performance pay plans in their contracts. And it identifies exactly as he said. If you rush for 1,000 yards, you get $100,000 or whatever. There's an identifiable portion of something you do, an identifiable portion of something you get. We will agree with that. That's not in this. It's been beat up enough tonight. It's not in this plan. There's no intentions of it in this plan. And tonight, I'm really shocked that I heard about ASME having a plan when they could have given it to us. And by the way, I just found out tonight that some of the other unions were offered the opportunity of doing away with the performance-based language and accepting a zero. That was never given to us, or I wouldn't be standing here tonight. So let me be brief. I gave you a packet. I don't have all the fancy stuff. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to be brief. We took our information and we did 2 surveys. I only gave you one, and that's 500 to 700,050 people. 500 to 700,050 people. There were 17, I think, cities that we surveyed. We didn't go out and look at all the fancy ones. We tried to come into a matrix and get something fair. If you'll look in the summary of exhibits that I gave you on the 500 to 750,000, you'll see on page 2 that the City of Memphis Fire Service is only ahead in one matrix. From that point on, after the first 3 years, starting with year 6, we're double figures behind every city in this performance clause, in this survey. We're behind every city, 18, 27, 30, 33, and you can all read it. I'm not going to bore you with all these statistics. I'm not going to bore you with the raises that the fire service has gotten. The only raises that we've gotten is what this council has so graciously given when they've decided to give it. I can see certain people who's made the motion to give those raises. There's been nothing done at negotiations. You've heard about negotiations. I'm not going to beat it up. I know y'all are tired. I appreciate your time and attention. But the thing is, we understand the budget. So let me say that you can look at our proposal, and our final position was fighting a zero. So the question becomes, how do you fight a zero? So the only thing we could look at was the consumer price index was at about 2.3%. So without any discussion from the city administration, any discussion on anything we did, we had to come up with a number or accept zero. Now, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, we can't really accept zero and expect to maintain our people that are giving their lives and their ability to this city. Zero does not get it in the fire service, and I don't need any applause. I don't know any of these people. I have nobody here but me. So the bottom line is we have zero. So how do we retain our people? Right today, I'm not knocking this. This is just facts. We're fixing to go back in the fire service, city of Memphis, to the 80s. We cannot recruit and retain paramedics. So what are we going to have to do? To give the level of service that you, the mayor, and everybody else, and the directors demand, we're going to have to go back to single row paramedics. We're going to have to go to BLS units. We're going to have to do all the things that we got away from in the 80s. And the reason we got away from it is everyone knows a dual-trained employee is a more valuable employee. So if that's the case, if you give a performance, a dual-trained employee, he sure as hell get one every day, every year. So we were left with the dilemma of coming to the council, which regardless if you like it or not, this is 1 year I did not expect to be here. With it, the MLK year, I did not expect to be here. I thought we could come to something at the table. Our group was charged with coming something with the table. We said, and I said to our people, we will not go to impasse. We will come up with something. We will find a way to do something. It's one article. Good God Almighty. It's one article. You can't come to an agreement on one article. It's wages, one simple thing. But yet we still fought zero. Now, if you come to me and say, Mr. Malone, we can't give you anything but zero because of this, this, and this, can't do it. So they said, oh, well, you got raises way back when or some other time. You've got it in the packet there, the entire raise segment to 2008. Now, I hate to break the news to everybody, but the city of Memphis is not a corporation. We're not for profit organization. We're for service orientation to the general public. That's what we profess. That's what we do. So we were charged with coming up with something that was viable for our employees to try to recruit and retain. As you can see, we're multiple figures down. We're double figures down to anybody, and I didn't compare us to Bartlett, Shelby County, Germantown, because they're getting our people. I hate to admit that. So as we sit here today, if we adopt a zero budget for the firefighters, July 1, Shelby County will be making more money on the base wage salary, and I'm not even counting the incentives they have. They'll be making more money than a Memphis firefighter that does 90% more work. When I say that we're talking about hard-working, heavy-laden employees, I'm not exaggerating. We're the second department in the country in working fires a day. Now, I don't care about all this other stuff. If you want to talk about the money, you can look at the unreserved fund, and the GFOA calls for a certain amount of money. We're going back to June of 17. There was $139 million in the unfunded reserve. If you look at that, that's $22.5 million more than what the GFOA calls for. That's what sets the standards nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, not the bond companies. So we figured 16.7, which is 16.67, so you can do semantics if you like. But the bottom line, so what do? Why are we here? When you continue, our raise is going to cost, I'm not hiding from it, it's $2.2 million. That's less than 2 pennies on the roll. You gave pre-K 1 penny. You say we can't use the unfunded reserve. It got $3 million out of there. We're only asking for 2.2. What the other unions do is not fire's business. What you do for the other unions is not my business. Whether you approve or you reject, whatever. I've always been like that. But I'm just asking. I'm not demanding anything. I'm asking to take a look at what these people are doing and take a look at what our department, you don't have to take my word. Talk with the fire department, talk with the directors. We're doing something to create a level of service because we can't recruit and retain. I will applaud this department here. They've done everything they can do. They brought in people from other departments that we agreed with. They've done all the things that you have to do to try to put a viable department on there. But when you start having to go back to the way we did business in the 80s, something's wrong, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be a bad day in Memphis when it happens. Now, we are very fortunate right now because Nashville got put on hold with their hiring. They're going to hire 66. I know of 6 of our employees that are on their list. Cuyava's getting ready to hire. All these people getting ready to hire. Shelby County's fixing to give a 3%. They're going to be making more than we are. It's a sad day affair. I've been here so long that when we had all these surrounding areas, including Nashville, Tennessee, some of these other areas that used to come to Memphis. Now they come here to get their training, get what little bit of certification that they can get here, and then they go. So all I'm asking to do is take a look. I know what the budget says. I know you say it's got to be 0. I know what the mayor says. But you know, you are obligated with the money. You're charged with the money. And $2.2 million is less than 2 cents out of our general fund budget. And I understand what the city's saying. Well, we're going to do this performance-based. Well, how do you put a performance-based wage on your pension? How do you do all these things? How do you say you're going to, people have to have something at the end of the life. There's a thing called keeping up with inflation. Performance-based wage does not generate that. That's something, I got no problem if you want to give money to somebody that goes above and beyond. They want an award or whatever, that's fine. But it does not need to be in our wage article. It needs to be somewhere if they want to give, I agree again with Mr. Wade. If they want to give them bonuses, hell, they can give them bonuses anytime they want to. All I'm asking is to give everybody the raise that they have earned, the raise that they deserved, the raise that they need, the $2.2 million, and that's only 2.25%. And I'll save the rest of my time for some crazy statement the city's going to make. Thank you.
Man, Tommy, if that's what you call being brief, man, I hate to see what's long.
5 minutes left, Chairman.
Good job, man. All right. Administration?
Hi, good evening. I just want to touch a couple of points before I bring up Greg Bethel to talk about the specifics. As far as the single role paramedics, that was a request made with the firefighters and the fire department working together to come up with this plan to help with giving effective service. So those employees are going to come on board. We're looking to make hires in July for that. Also, just for retention numbers, we are down 6 firefighters. We currently have a class of 52 in class. Since 2016, we've hired 220 recruits. We've had 58 laterals. We are really working hard to keep our attrition numbers down as far as the firefighters are concerned. I'm going to go ahead and bring up Greg. One more thing I wanted to mention. Mr. Malone talked about pension not being a part bonuses not being a part of pension. They actually are a part of pension. Okay, I'll bring up Greg.
On the firefighter positions, they're 1% below market.
That's all you have?
Waiting for the
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Presentation.
All right. Firefighter positions were 1% below market to 28% above market. And breaking that out, the fire alarm operators are 28% above market. Fire private 2, 9% above market. Fire investigator 6% above market. Fire inspector 3% above market. Firefighter paramedic 2% above. And the fire driver is 0%, which is even. The fire lieutenant is the position that is 1% below. As far as the history of wages or raises, January 1, 2016, fire received a 2% increase while others received a 1%. And July 1, 2016, fire received 2% while other groups received 1.5%. July 1, 2017, fire received a 1% increase. The city's position is 0% increase with the performance bonus. The fire's position is a 2.25% across the board. If you vote to give these increases to the union, these funds will affect the general fund by $2,313,000 plus the compression cost of $319,000, totaling $2.632 million. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else from the administration?
That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will go to the council members in the queue. I have Councilman Morrison. You're recognized, sir. Okay, I'm sorry, Tom. You did have
I'm
5
sorry.
minutes remaining.
I just want to make out a point that the city's so eloquent. He stands up here and talks about what we got over these past years. And I made the statement that everything we received has come from this dais up here. And in this administration, the first year they did a budget, it was already set through impasse that the council approved. And the last 2 budgets, they've had a 0 raise for the firefighters. Now, if we want to go back to, instead of going to 2016, where the fluff was created by this council, let's go back to 2008, but it's in your packet, and so is the CPI. So I'm not trying to stand here and pit what happened 2 years ago. I'm trying to say right now, and they came up with these figures, look at their survey, please. Look at who they actually compared us to. Shelby County Schools, I'm sorry, they don't have a fire department. Bartlett, Germantown, these are the people we're trying to compete to keep our own people. So look at the numbers that I gave you. Those are legitimate numbers put together by an expert and not some little survey that they did to benefit the city. I'm not saying that fire is cheap. I don't mean to imply that. The equipment you can look at. But you know, when we sit here and we call the fire department, there is one budget, there's one bureau that says, I'm talking over here. There's one bureau that says we're there on time, every time, with everything that we need to do. We don't change. We still meet the standards of the United States and the fire service. So the bottom line is, I didn't say it was cheap to fund 1,700 people, but it's very, very minuscule what you're giving them when it's the cost of living is 2.3 and we're asking for 2.25. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I will conclude with that, Mr. Chairman. With time left, by the way.
Duly noted, sir. 2 minutes, 57 seconds. All right. Councilman Morrison, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions to the city. Let me start with you guys, please. Mr. Malone pointed out, and I didn't hear you refute it, that some unions were offered removing of the performance bonus.
So I mean, there were several offers made. They made several offers. We made several offers. Now, if there was an offer made to remove the bonus to accept a zero, that is possible.
Well, I'm asking, was that offer made by the city and any of the unions?
Just give me 1 second.
I'm going to take that as a yes.
After the conclusion of negotiations in an effort to settle impasse, that was an offer made, yes.
Is there a reason why Fire wasn't given that offer? Because the head of the union just stood in front of this council and said he would take that right now.
I spoke with Mr. Malone today, and he did not say that to me today. We had a conversation today.
I didn't say that?
No, you did not say that you would take a zero. We settled using that last year, and it didn't come up as a possibility for settlement. I know that we invited Mr. Malone to have a conversation at the close of negotiations when we found out we were at impasse, and he said, if there's not any money involved, really there's no reason for us to talk. I don't know what else we can do with that.
So I want to make sure hey guys, please, seriously.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that I'm clear. Some unions were offered that, but not Fire.
Fire did not come and speak with us as we requested. We
So
called
Fire-
after the close of impasse, we contacted all of the unions to have a conversation to see if there was a way that we can conclude impasse. They were invited to the table. They refused to come to the table if there was no money involved. I didn't have any money involved, so we didn't have a conversation. That's why we didn't have the conversation with them.
Okay. Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, I know I'm probably the oldest one here right now, but my memory's not that bad. What occurred was we were having a cooling off period, and then we were supposed to come back together and meet. We turned our impasse to the chairman the way the ordinance reads, but we did it on Friday because I was going to be out of town on Monday and Tuesday. I got a call from Greg, and he says, we need to meet. And I said, what do we need to meet on? Is there anything we have to discuss that we need to meet on? He said, probably not. I said, is there any money? Is there any other issues that we have discussed? He said, probably not. And I did say at that point, well, then there's really not any reason to meet. If you've got anything, I'm ready to meet anytime, anywhere, and I'm ready to go. If you got anything, call me. That was the exact words, and the good Lord came down here and bet on my side.
I appreciate it, Mr. Malone. So, and I want to speak to what Councilman Morgan said early with MPA. And I don't disagree with you, the mistakes they make. This is why the MPA's gotten there. There's no better partner when it comes to communicating, and it's nothing against any of the unions, because I've worked with Fire on impasses and some other things. There's no better partner than the Fire Union. They have taken it in the gut when they didn't get anything, and I am a little shocked that I'm hearing that the city offered something to some unions, but not to what I think has been a pretty good partner. I have the floor. I do not need y'all back up here. Thank you. So I don't normally advocate for anything, but I would ask everyone to listen to what Mr. Morgan said, Councilman Morgan, about the police. And again, I don't disagree, because it's gotten that bad with the police. And I hate that. But not with Fire. But this is how it gets bad. Because there's not an effort made, it seems like to me, on both sides to get things done, particularly in this case. Because I am hearing that this could have been wrapped up this afternoon. It could have been wrapped up right now. With the Fire, and I want everyone to hear this, with the fire literally willing to accept zero. Willing to accept zero. And we ignore that? The city ignores that? That is heartbreaking and disappointing. And Mr. Malone is correct. I spent a lot of years as a human resource manager for rural Metro. I was there when this city struggled to bring in paramedics. $10,000 bonuses given out. Hundreds of thousands of dollars spent to bring in paramedics. Some to watch leave 2 years later. So I know exactly what he's talking about when he talks about what the city's heading to. And it is bad to head down that road. So I implore this council to really listen to what Mr. Malone has asked for. Judge their union alone. Not that much money. And quite frankly, it sounds like they didn't have a partner that was willing to work with them, and we could have had this settled. So I ask this council to pass and accept this bargaining unit of the fire, because we don't get in the same hole we got in with police when a council member who no longer is on this council drove this budget to 2 years of nothing for them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Morrison. Councilwoman Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a very difficult conversation this evening because I believe that as a city, we ought to work toward making our employees whole. And to do that, we have to be a little more intentional. And it's important as we talk about Memphis 3.0 and all the challenges that we have as a city, that we try or make an effort to serve our customers with excellence, have consistency of service, and have great quality. As a council member, we take more calls about inconsistencies in service, work that's not excellent, and poor quality. But now I understand why. If your employee's not happy, your customers won't be happy either. It's a direct mirror reflection. We can sit here and act like there's no relationship, but it is. If we want our taxpayers to be happy and provide them with quality, excellent, consistent service, we've got to work with our employees. Our hands are tied because we have a limited budget. But at some point, we have to, as a council, and the budget belongs to us at this time, say that we want to not just reinvest in businesses in our community, but we need to reinvest in our own people and our own communities. And that has to be intentional. And two other things that we need to always remember. Efficiency models, that's where you pay low wages, keep your costs low. It doesn't necessarily generate customer loyalty. Customer-centric models cost us a little more money. It costs really a lot more because you're trying to please the citizens that this city belongs to. And then expert models cost even more. So what we are grappling with is our efficiency models, but we're telling our customers we want to provide them with a customer-centric model, but that's not what we're doing. We're double speaking. We have to decide, as representatives of the citizens of Memphis, I believe, based on their concerns, the questions they ask, the complaints that they make, they want us to have a more customer-centric model. That means that we have to look at our budget a little differently and invest more, not just in our employees, but invest more in making sure that we have quality service excellence and consistency. I am grappling with the conversation about making our firefighters whole, our police officers whole, but all our employees need to be whole. And my focus has been through this impasse process is to make sure that we had the money for those employees who do not make a living wage. And I don't want to lose focus on that. So that goes toward making our employees whole. But as we move forward, we need to make everybody whole, and we need to work on our budget throughout the year and not just wait till one part of the year. We need to focus on that, and we need to ask the staff and the mayor to work with us so that our employees will be whole. In a community where we have almost 30% poverty, we need to step up to the plate. I'd like to see us make the investment, but our priority, and I don't know where Councilman Ford is on this, is that we get that $15.50 for those people who are not making a living wage, and then move forward from there. I would love to see us offer another cost of living increase and then work toward doing salary increases within the memorandum of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Brown, you're recognized. Councilman Brown.
Thank you. I respectfully, my colleagues, and respectfully to the employees of the city, associates of the city, respectfully, what we've done, Malone, you're absolutely correct. They hadn't seen anything yet. In the next, I figure in the next 30 days, we're going to be on the road to destruction. There's going to be no performance like it had been in the past because of what has happened here tonight. City council people, city council persons don't control the livelihood of the employees nor the citizens of Memphis, the citizens of Memphis first. Because what we just did was we just took the umbrella and let it rain on them. And the thing is that, you know, the way that these firemen and the police and the other city employees have been treated, that's going to be a slowdown in productivity. And this bonus plan, I mean, that's the most unorthodox, wicked procedure I ever seen. So what you tell the police to do is go out and arrest more young people, go out and write more tickets, and I'm going to give you a bonus. What you tell the firemen to do, go out and put out fires. I don't know how you're going to give them a bonus because that's their job, to put out a fire. So how are you going to give them a bonus? You know, the biggest game going on here is this city council versus the administration. The administration versus the employees. You bring in your lawyers, they bring in lawyers, but at the same time, there's no compromise here. But this thing is going to come to some bad ending. Now, Malone was right there. The bad ending, it's the invisible. You can't see it, but it's coming. And I know that a lot of us, we elected on what we do for the citizenry. But at the same time, when you treat the citizens like this, I don't think they're going to be receptive when we come out. Anybody come out, I'm not running anyway, but when anybody comes out and they want to run for re-election, you're going to be faced with this challenge. There's going to be plenty of challenges out here this time because this council has been making all the mistakes. But at the same time I can tell the mayor, get ready, because they just dug you a grave. It's an AC Warden special. Now, but at the same time, you know, you got to hold the council for what's the action being taken here tonight. But at the same time to the attorneys and to all the labor negotiators, this is not going to end good. We think it's going to end good, but it's not going to end good. Anybody can make a decision. When you make a decision on people's livelihood, and it's in the negative, for every action, there's going to be a reaction. Now, I know that law enforcement hadn't walked out here tonight A-OK. I know that firemen, they may be doing their totally best, but at the same time, they could do 2,000% more. But if you mistreat people, then what they gonna do? It's bad when you go home and you hadn't been treated fairly. So I don't know what this deal is all about, but at the same time there's going to be a lot of changes in the city of Memphis, both out in the communities and both in government. The change is going to have to come. If the change don't come, we're on our road to destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sat in on this impasse hearing, and I still can't quite wrap my head around how you can do a performance bonus for firefighters. Their job is to save lives. I know there are going to be some matrices that the administration can say, well, we can do this, but if we're talking about attendance, being at work on time, those are some things that I think are fireable offenses, and I don't think that they can necessarily be tied to any type of performance bonus. When I still look at a comparable pay, former Memphis Police Director Alvin Benson and I grew up in the same neighborhood. He's the current Shelby County Fire Director. And, just logically speaking, if you are someone who can get more pay but go on less calls, I think that provides an attractive alternative. And you live in the same house, live in the same city, and can do that. I think that we're setting ourselves up. They can't necessarily grow and quite take all of our employees, but I think that creates a less competitive opportunity for us. I think about we can't give everybody everything that they want. I recognize that, but I still feel that we have to strike some type of balance between the two. And for this particular one, when I sat in on the impasse hearings that we have, the main thing, those two items are the things that I took away from it, is that firefighters in Shelby County can essentially be making more and go on less calls. I think that creates a more attractive environment for our competition. Like it or not, they are our competitors. And then how do we actually put performance matrices on fighting the fire and saving lives? I just don't think we can do it. So I will be supporting the union's position with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I want to just get in the queue because listening to this debate and where I've been on the majority of these unions have been very simple and self-explanatory. 2017, Councilman Ford found roughly $2.5 million to put 1.5% increase across the board for all employees. 2018, I found roughly north of $2.5 million, 2.2 million dollars to give 1.5% increases across the board. Those raises came from this dais, from these council members that's sitting up here behind this dais. I would just expect that this year that some sense of raise would have been given by the administration. They presented their budget. It's not there. Looking through this budget and going throughout the entire budget, I will say that I have made some cuts to some departments, but there isn't a lot of meat in the budget to give. So that's the reason why this council member this year haven't presented an increase across the board, because it's been very difficult to find money to give raises. So with respect of my vote and my position, I've been scouring to find ways to give all employees raises every single year. And so where I am today, I don't have it. I can't find it. I haven't been able to find it. And so I will urge my colleagues, if you guys decide to give a raise, just go through the budget, see what you can find, see how much money you can save. We have two options: find savings or raise property taxes. Those are our two options. And if someone can find 7 votes up here to raise property taxes, good try, because I doubt if a lot of council members will support raising property taxes. $8 million fiscal responsibility, that's 8.5 based on all of the union packages. 10.1. That's a lot of money. Look at our budget, see how you're going to find $10.1 million in savings. The options are there. Cut it or raise property taxes. That's all I'm just asking you guys to think about. That's the tough decisions we have to make, and those are the things that we have to think about. Thank you. Councilman Ford, you're recognized, sir.
I'm ready to read the question in two. Let me find it real quick. Okay, here it is. Mr. Chair, the question before the council is shall the total economic package, the bargaining unit for the International Association of Firefighters, be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019? I'd like to move that on the floor.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Morrison.
And a yes would be for IAFF, a no would be for the city.
Madam Comptroller, please show the voting screen.
No is for the city. Yes is for the union.
All right. Yes vote is for the fire union. No vote is for the city.
Colvett, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 25.
Item number 25 is a resolution approving the vote of the IAMAW Impasse Committee's recommendation in favor of the union's total economic package.
Councilwoman Fully Love.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, I have to. My glasses. Oh, we approve. We recommend approval of the union.
Thank you. All right. Moved by Councilwoman Fully Love. Can I get a second, please? All right. Councilman Morrison seconded. All right. We do have representatives here from both the IAMAW and the administration. Please take the podium, and we'll give you 15 minutes, and you can start your presentation when you're ready, ma'am.
Good evening. I'll try not to take too long. I know it's getting late in the day. First, I'd like to say that we are in agreement with all the other unions on the language. Our union did propose a hazardous duty pay. The city came back and said that's incentive. We're only here to negotiate wages. If that is correct, then why do I have a proposal from the city with wages and this language on it? I'm sorry, that's not in your package, but, and it does state, issued the 15th of July, contrary to Ms. Carr's statement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lead on into the IMAW and its last best offer ask for 2% wage increase for our members to bring them up in wages. What do our members do for the city? We keep things running. We are the welders and the fabricators who fabricate and repair ADA handrails, the Memphis Zoo enclosures, the firearms training unit, the animal shelter, and fire equipment. We are the 12 master fire mechanics that repair and maintain 60 fire engines, 30 aerial ladder trucks, 48 ambulances, and 40 rescue and brush trucks. 24 mechanics that repair and maintain 1,700 police, fire, light vehicles, tactical, animal services, and code enforcement vehicles. We have 5 hydrant repairmen who maintain and repair over 28,000 fire hydrants, including 23 different types of fire hydrants for the city of Memphis. They are on the streets day and night, often alone. We have 7 auto restoration technicians who do body repairs on all the city of Memphis vehicles and equipment. The IAM supports for the city of Memphis, police, fire, public works, sanitation, parks and recreation, Memphis Zoo, Liberty Bowl, and Americans with Disabilities. I would also like to add that, just to be on the record, we asked for 2%. We disagree with the language. Had we been offered 0% without the language, we could have entertained that idea as well. That was not offered. So whether the city approves the 2%, or if you just want to approve a 0%, remove the language. It is not economic in our opinion, and it does not belong in wages. Thank you.
Thank you. And you do have 12 minutes, 19 seconds remaining if you so need it. Administration, Ms. Ryan.
Yes, I'm going to call up Greg Bethel to talk about the specifics of this.
All right.
All right. In the IAMAW machinist area, they're 20% above market, and that was for the master mechanics, and their survey was done in 2017, and it was due to the fact that they were already 20% above the market. Next slide shows that the mechanic was 1.35% below the market, and that was the current survey for this year. And in the history of wages, in 2016, January 1, 2016, they received a 1% increase. In 2016, 7/1/2016, IAMAW, they elected to receive a $1,000 bonus instead of the 1.5% increase. And in 2017, 7/1/2017, they received a 1% increase. With those increases, they've stayed 20% above the market. The city's position was 0% increase with the performance bonus. The machinist position was 2% increase across the board for them. Once again, if you vote to give these increases to the union, these funds will be affecting the general fund at $129,264, stormwater $2,886, plus the compression cost of $31,263, for a total cost of $163,413. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude administration? Can I get a nod? Yes. Thank you. All right. Let's see. We need to go back to the IAMAW. You guys have anything else to say?
Just keep in mind that the mechanics are 1.35% under, according to their survey.
Thank you. Duly noted. I have a quick question to administration. Is it absolutely necessary to keep the performance matrix in the offer to them? I mean, because it seemed like both fire and IAMAW just said if that language was not there, they would have taken 0. So could you explain that for me?
To that, I can tell you that Mr. Malone, when it was offered to him earlier today and just a moment ago, it was not accepted. I don't know what would happen with machinists. I also want to say that in terms of the impasse ordinance, really respectfully, what I believe is before the council is what we have at the total economic package that we presented to you all. And I don't think really what offers that could have been made are really properly before you, respectfully. I want to say that. So that's my response for that question.
All right. It's just, I know we can't make any alterations to the packages. I was just curious because, you know, this is the second time we've heard that. So that's the only reason I asked that question. Thank you. Point of clarification? Yes, sir. Ms. Morrison? Councilman Morris, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my question to you is, are you aware of who that offer, which unions got that offer and how they were picked and chosen?
I have no idea. I mean, we can ask the administration. Administration, would you like to, or are you sticking to your position?
Respectfully, I don't believe it's proper as a consideration because there are no changes that can be made.
I'm not asking consideration. I'm asking during negotiations, what unions got that offer?
During negotiations, all unions were given the performance bonus.
No,
it was
who got the offer that you would remove performance bonus if they took the 0%? Because you said after the cooling off period, some came back in.
Correct.
So who was given? I guess I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Chairman, what was the process of picking and choosing the unions that got that offer and the ones that didn't? Because, and I'm not going to debate with you about Mr. Malone, but I mean, she's clearly nodding her head yes, and I know we can't change it now, but I guess I'm trying to figure out what was the pecking order of who got the offer and who didn't.
All of the unions were contacted at the close of our entering our total economic package. Once they told us that it was not acceptable, which is a part of the procedure, all of them were contacted to ask them if they want to come and have discussion with us. Some of the unions refused to have discussion if there was no money that would be offered. Some of the unions who came, all of them, as you've heard tonight, have expressed displeasure with the bonus structure.
Sure.
That's the first thing that we hear. And so during those discussions, that as a possibility was discussed. Now, if they did not come to the table, and when they talked to us, when we called them, and if they said, if you don't have any money, I don't see us having anything to talk about. I don't know what else we are to discuss if they said that that's a non-starter. So
what unions accepted the offer? What unions
one
have
accepted
had the bonus performance removed and took 0%?
Nobody accepted that as a settlement for impasse. Nobody accepted that. No, sir.
And nobody accepted it after impasse when y'all brought them back in if they accepted the invitation?
Correct.
So nobody took that offer?
Nobody took that up. No,
But
sir.
it was only made to the unions that came in after the cooling off period and you called them. If they chose to come in, it was discussed then.
If they chose to come in, yes. If they chose to come in, yes. And part of when they come in, we talk about how can we get to a conclusion. And inevitably, that's what they talked about. And so as a part of that conversation, that's how we got there for the ones that were willing to participate in that conversation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Morrison. Councilman Ford, you're recognized, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to step up. This is going to be very difficult for me, but I can show you an email where we were contacted after the cooling off period to come in and discuss. I have an email between Greg Bethel and myself. I have an email between Greg Bethel and myself trying to set up a meeting. I said, will 10:30 work? Let me get with Ms. Carr, he said. I said, I need to know, are we going to meet tomorrow at 10:30? Because they had a deadline of 2 days after they called. I still have not heard back from Ms. Carr was the answer. So we did not get that opportunity to meet with the city to discuss this proposal.
Councilman Morrison, you want to follow?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, I don't want to fault the negotiations. I've been in HR a long time. Negotiations are tough, but it's just kind of demoralizing to sit here, and we've been here a long time. And Tommy can be a character, I understand that, but I don't know this young lady very well. But I mean, I hear in her voice as if she was pretty sincere, and it sounds like they were going to accept it. I'm just trying to figure out why that just wasn't communicated in the beginning, if that was something y'all were willing to do from the city side. If the city was willing to put that on the table after the last best offer, after the cooling period, if you accepted our invitation to come talk to us, I mean, that's pretty close to bait and switch. I mean, and that's just really disappointing. And I find it hard to believe that my friend, the mayor of this city, would appreciate that behavior from a union or the administration, because he's a pretty stand-up guy. Doug's a stand-up guy. I mean, Miss Ford's a stand-up lady. I mean, so are you. But it's just, I'm taken a little back by hearing this over and over, that there was this offer that might have been made if you showed up, but it wasn't never told to you unless you came in after you've gone through everything. And now, if the fact an email wasn't returned, and I don't know if it was or wasn't, I don't have access to anybody's server, that's even more heartbreaking. If it's over an email not being returned, that's just not good customer service. And if you have a bonus review program in place, you probably shouldn't get a raise, because that's not good customer service. I mean, it's just not good customer service. And the administration's customers are not just the citizens of the city, but they're the employees. These employees are our customers. The administration are the council's customers. And I think most of us would agree we have a really good working relationship with everyone in this room. We try to. But it seems like just the word negotiation seems to drive a wedge instead of it being trying to reach a mutual understanding.
On the response,
Thank you. Yes, sir.
on the response to the email,
It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
she is correct. I did not respond by email. We talked directly on the phone, and it was to talk about the 0% increase and the performance bonus. They were not willing to accept that, so we did not meet. That was it.
All right.
No, sir. The 0% and the performance bonus.
All right. Look, let's get back on task, because we're debating this, and no problem. We're debating it, and we can't really make any changes. We can't offer up any changes as it pertains to what's on the table. So what I'll do is go to Councilman Ford at this point. Ms. Ford, please state the question.
Question before the council is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit IAMAW be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019? I'd like to move that on the floor. A yes vote means that you support the economic package of IAMAW. A no vote means you support the administration.
All right, council members, please cast your votes for item number 25. Again, a yes vote is in favor of the union, and a no vote is in favor of the administration, the city.
Brown, yes. Colvett, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Swearingen, yes. Robinson,
She's
yes.
raising her hand.
Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails.
Well,
Council members, I will raise a question to you. It's at your discretion. Would you guys like to take a 10-minute recess and come back? Keep it going. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, I'm fine with rolling. Just know that item 28 is
We have four units in item number 28. All right.
All right.
Majority rules. All right. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 26.
Item number 26 is a resolution approving the vote of the IBEW Impasse Committee's recommendation in favor of the city's total economic package.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The impasse committee met. The recommendation was in favor of the city's total economic package by a vote of, it was a unanimous vote in this particular committee, Mr. Chairman.
All right, it's been moved and put on the floor by Councilman Jones. Electronically, please. And seconded by Councilman Morgan. All right, do we have a representative here from IBEW? All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. We will put 15 minutes on the board, and as soon as you start, your time will start.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Boyd. Good evening, councilors. Before I get started, I would like to do just a little bit of housekeeping. I am not negotiating for the IBEW. I am negotiating for the Crafts Association at large. That includes 6 other unions besides the IBEW. We'll get back to that in a minute because it's going to come up again. My name is Jay DeWitt. I'm the chief negotiator for the Crafts Association of Memphis. Who we are is a group of 122 skilled craftspeople from 7 different labor unions serving the Memphis area. The City of Memphis crafts employees bring with them a wealth of training from outside the city, from apprenticeships that they went through with their union, experience in construction private trade that they got on their own before they come to the city. They bring that and develop craftsmanship, which are essential to the maintenance and the operation of this city. We're before you today to ask you for a positive vote on this resolution and to accept the Crafts Association's total economic package. Okay. We're asking for a 2% increase in wage rates for fiscal year 2019. This number is intended only to hedge against inflation, which is running 2.5% for the last 12 months, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. We think that this is a very reasonable wage increase. We feel it is the responsibility of any employer to maintain, if possible, the standard of living agreed upon when the job is offered to the employee. This means small, consistent raises, as the Councilwoman has brought up. If we were talking about wages in the midst of a troubled economy and a declining budget, then this offer of 0% could hold some merit. But this city is fiscally healthy. The city budget has outperformed inflation consistently, and it has grown at 4 times the rate of the wages paid to the employees in my bargaining unit. We opened all 7 of our memoranda of understanding for negotiations of the wage rates only as provided in Article 22, Section 1 of all 7 of our MOUs signed by the people who are going to present after me. We found throughout the Appendix A, Section 2 of wages, several different wage rates that we could propose, and we did. The representatives for the city rejected all of the proposals offered. We were told that they would only discuss the wage rate in paragraph 1 of the wage article. That conversation is recorded. All else is incentive pay. We disagreed. These are set rates, and no language had been changed. On the last day that Ordinance 5639 allowed for negotiation, the city brought its first, last, and only offer to our table. It was a take it or leave it. We had started with a 10% proposal. I hadn't seen a budget. The economy was good, and I discovered that this was about how much adjusted wages had been lost over the past 10 years by this bargaining unit. We proposed spreading this 10% over 3 years, at the end of which wages would still be behind pre-recession values, but better. It was rejected, and the city made its offer. It included new and irrelevant language. I'd like to take this time to stand with every single union that's come before me and every union that will come after me in opposing this language. So it was rejected. We attempted to compromise. We said, okay, we'll play. You guys want a bonus? You guys want some way to make it to where you can calculate better what you're going to have to spend on your employees? We can work with that. We have apprenticeship language in one of our MOUs. I modified this language to create a tiered pay scale so that all new craft positions could be on a tiered scale. They rejected it outright, said it's incentive language. We aren't talking about it. In the end, after several hours on this very last day, we just wanted to stop the losses. 2% would keep us going. It would probably not keep up with inflation, but it could stop what's been going on to these craft positions over the past 10 years. So we went to impasse, and the city argued its case for zero using a salary survey that they're probably about to present to you that did not even include one crafts position. Not one crafts position was studied in this salary survey. It was explained to us that they looked last year, and based on that data, which they never provided to us, that our unit didn't warrant a second look this time through the Lockton Group. This data would ultimately be used in the city's presentation. But, and this is important, and I wonder if they've changed it, we'll see. They only included 66 of my 122 employees that are in my bargaining unit. I did a head count and showed that I had 66 with the IBEW, meaning that all of the city's plumbers, carpenters, painters, roofers, cement and brick masons were not even counted. A fact which was not escaped their attention and didn't escape their attention on the agenda tonight. This presentation used this data, and they showed raises. They showed raises that were offered. They'll show them to you again, but they didn't give them. You guys, thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. Gave us the only rise in pay that this bargaining unit has gotten in 10 years, in a decade. Now, the administration's going to come, and they're going to show you a 3% hazard increase that 6 of my bargaining unit employees got. Only 6. And even then, it was negotiated across all members that worked at wastewater treatment plants. In the face of all this, the city's proposal is before you today with a recommendation. I still had 10 slides and 22 minutes when the motion was made. These people that are in this unit are the people who keep the lights on. We need about 6 in here that I've counted. They keep the pumps working at wastewater treatment plants. They keep us cool in the summer and warm in the winter. 4 of the men monitor the high-pressure boiler that is located directly under your chairs, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Craftspeople fix public water fountains, hang doors, paint lines on the road, and repair structural damage to our buildings that the city owns. We outfit the Memphis Police Department's patrol cars with lights and with radios. These workers are qualified and skilled above their private industry counterparts because this is important work. These men and women came together as a group to bargain with their boss, the mayor. Now, you guys, I've tried to introduce myself to everybody here completely. It's my first year in this position. In May of 2017, I was working as a wireman. What I found when I got here was encouraging. I had a great group of employees. I had positive meetings with all these directors, the mayor, and several city councilors, and I was very optimistic. We were talking and we were going to work together to improve the productivity while working to elevate wages and conditions of city employees. And after going through this process with these employees, a heavy feeling of defeat became very palpable to me after impasse. But it wasn't the money, and I want you to know this because it's important, because it's not the money. They need the money. They do need the money, but it's not about that. It wasn't about the natural feeling of having a decision made against you. It was the feeling that everybody knew that this defeat was completely unavoidable and predictable. There are people that have been experienced in this bargaining. I wasn't. It was my first year. Who told me in January exactly how this was going to go right up until this moment. To me, this looks like it's institutional. It's not unique to Mayor Strickland. It's something that's been in place for a long time. These people have been offered zero for 10 straight years, and it's starting to take its toll. There are some people that are arguing that this unit makes too much. Well, I'm here to tell you there are people in this world who make too much money, and these aren't the guys. While it's true, some positions are paid slightly above market. Some are below. The city stated its position toward the 20th percentile, but the Crafts Association is better than that. They have to be better than that simply by virtue of the training and experience that is required for their positions when they come on to be hired with the city. Any market analysis provided isn't going to change the fact that we made a promise to these guys and gals when we hired them on. At these wages that the workers in the unit are making, if we leave them stagnant, they aren't going to starve. It doesn't mean that. But what it does mean is that the mortgage is going to be harder to pay for the guys that have been working here for 30 years, for the 20% of them that have been working here for over 20 years. The mortgage is going to be harder to pay. The college and retirement plans will have to be reworked. For our boiler operators, HVAC technicians, and radio techs, it could mean giving up the city and joining the county or private industry because their jobs are in high demand. These people genuinely love their jobs. The scope of work that they get with the city is very attractive to a craftsman, but morale is low right now. What we're asking you to do is to vote for what is right. Another zero would be felt very harshly to an already very raw workforce. This body, as I said, and thank you, is the only place where we've gotten any consideration in a very long time. Please step up for skilled labor who build and fix Memphis. We cannot continue to elevate this city without qualified and productive people to support and maintain infrastructure. The Crafts Association is very interested in affecting positive policies and practices. We want to discuss these issues that we face as an invested partner. Everybody who I've contacted has my number. I'll put it on the bottom of every one of my emails. You have my number. I'm ready to talk. The time to unite and work together is now. I was sitting there when a call was issued April 3rd of this year at Mason Temple, and the call was for labor unions in the community to come together and work for civil and economic justice. We're ready, and we're asking this council for a glimmer of hope for these employees. Vote for the union on this resolution, and please help us get back on track. Happy 7th birthday, Lila DeWitt. Thank you.
Thank you. Administration. All right, administration, 15 minutes, please.
Yes.
And, all right.
In this particular union, they are 30 to 64% above the market, and crafts have 130 incumbents. And the survey for this year was not done due to the fact for the last 2 years, they have projected in that same percentage of increases. Painters are 64.3% above market. Signal techs, 47.7% above. carpenters 42.6 above market, plumbers 40%, electricians 30, roofers, cement and bricklayers still 30% above. The history of raises in 2016 was January 1, 2016 received 1%, 2016 7-1 received 1.5%, and last year 7-1 2017 received a 1% increase. The city's position is 0% increase with the performance bonus. Craft's position was 2% increase for all. Once again, if you vote to give these increases to the union, these funds will affect the general fund at $239,964, the sewer fund $21,597, stormwater $5,911, plus the compression cost of $52,582, total cost of $320,055. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other debate, any other items that administration, any rebuttal, sir? Sir, do you have any rebuttal? All right, thank you. Administration, are you done? Thank you. All right, I'll go to council members. Councilman Jones, you're recognized, sir. You were in the queue, Councilman Jones?
Yes, sir. Just wanted to share with my colleagues, based upon the review and what came before the impasse committee, it was the sentiment of the impasse committee that the wages and rates of pay tended to be a little bit higher than what the market was. So that was just a rationale for the impasses committee decision to vote for the cities. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to go ahead and put the question before the council. The question is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit Crafts Association Memphis be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019? I'd like to move that on the floor.
All right, let's move Councilman Ford this question. Someone second it? Councilman Colvett, second it. All right, council members, please cast your votes for item number 26. Remember, a yes vote is for the administration. No, a yes vote is for the unions. No vote is for the administration.
Repeat that one more time, Mr. Chair.
A yes vote is for the union. A no vote is for the administration.
Brown, yes. Colbert, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, no. Morgan, no. Robinson, no. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 27.
Item number 27 is a resolution approving the vote of the CWA Impasse Committee's recommendation in favor of the city's total economic package.
Councilman Hedgepeth. Councilman Hedgepeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met and we voted in favor of the city's last and best offer, and I so move.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Hedgepeth, seconded by Councilman Jones. And all right, we have our CWA representative here. All right. You will get 15 minutes, sir. So at the beginning, state you can start and your time will start ticking.
Robert Santucci, 7635 Proudland, 38119. CWA representing the police radio dispatchers. I'll try to be brief. You ever get the feeling like you're the 27th out of a perfect game? But here we go. Our wage, if you got your package to follow along with the first page, CWA's wage proposal. We propose a 1% across the board to increase 135 employees in the Police Communications Bureau. The 1% wage increase totals $87,330.37, and that includes
19% for overtime benefits, etc. The city has thrown in a compression rate on our package of $2,387.31. No offense, but we do not bargain for management, so I don't even count that as part of the package. In addition, we got an agreement to a $500 bonus across the board for 135 employees at $67,500. That makes up for last year. I'll show you in the salary wages that last year police and fire, everybody, including management, got a $500 bonus except for the 135 employees in the dispatch bureau. I do compliment on us making up for that. Also, the city wanted to push a certification plan across for 2 different certifications. I was hesitant about it. I really didn't agree with putting it. I don't like to sully the wage proposal. I like to keep that kind of stuff separate. But the city was insisting on it, and at the end of the day, when it came across at the 11th hour, looking across the table, to leave a potential another $500 that our employees might receive on the table, I think would at that time seem foolish. However, at our committee, one of the certifications came up that it'd take a year to get it. So I contacted these locations for the certification. The certification pay for ENP is $150 per year if they pass the test, and $350 per year for RPL certification. That makes the total for the ENP packages of $20,250. The RPL are $47,250. If employees receive all certification, that would come to $67,500. However, when I started to check on it, the ENP, emergency number professional, employees have to meet a minimum of 3 years working on the board. In addition, they have to make a point accumulation of 10 points without any kind of formal degree like an associate degree, bachelor degree, or graduate degree. In essence, they'd have to work 8 years before they could ever even sit for the test for that $150. And I contacted them and verified that. For the RPL is designed for individuals interested in management or supervisory skills, and that would require to undertake a service project to successfully complete a program. And those projects must be done on a state, regional, or national level. Only local level projects considered for the development of 911 public education programs within the local community. There is no way that those 135 people will be able to take off that length of time to get that. So, in essence, there's $47,250 that's been budgeted, even in the city's proposal, that will never be touched. Now, to get to our proposal to $87,000 and our $67,500 bonus, I got to look at. Currently, there's 135 dispatchers in the Communications Bureau. In 2018, they were funded for 142, so that was 7 unfunded positions, which come to a total of $475,484.73, and that's including the 19%. In addition, the Memphis Shelby County Crime Commission funding grant has a 2018, there's $1.33 million earmarked, and in 2019, $1.5 million earmarked. And part of that is supposed to be for police dispatcher retention. I don't know how much of that money would be funneled towards that, but there is some money there. The city was going to show you that they did their wage study and that our police dispatchers are 15% higher than the market study showed. On their market study, they showed that the city of Memphis, the average salary for dispatcher is $57,000. $57,000 is the top salary. The average comes to $54,361.15. In addition, the cities that they looked at, we attempted to contact all the cities that were on the city study. In addition, we made some others. We contacted Fort Worth, Charlotte, Austin, Bartlett, Collierville, and Germantown that were involved in the city study. In addition, we made some other studies, and what we looked at was what was basically the population size, the number of employees, and call volume. And Fort Worth, Texas, Virginia Beach, Virginia, Columbus, Ohio, and Memphis, Tennessee, if you look at those charts there, the beginning salary, the median salary, and the top salary, Memphis falls just a little below all those cities where we made those comparisons. In addition, nobody even comes close to the call rate for Memphis. The closest it would be Columbus at 1,000,002. Memphis is at 1,000,008. Another point that would have come up, and I think it was a real contention with our committee, was salaries. And granted, if you look at salaries, in 2015, we made a proposal for 2 years with no general wage increase for 2 years, but there was a parity increase of 6 to 7%. That was a separate item that we wanted impasse. That was to bring dispatchers up to people doing comparable work around the Shelby County, particularly the fire dispatchers. That particular issue, it was finally granted in 1/1/16. However, we had to file a grievance on that. Even though the city council voted that at impasse, the city refused to enact it. We had to file a grievance, and we finally got a settlement 1/1/16. We got that money back retro. That second year of 16, we had a raise reopener. We choose not to reopen that. The city council did vote us a 1.5% raise that year, which we're thankful for. The next year there was a 1%. So in essence, over the last 3 years, from 16 to now, that does look like about 7.5% to 8.5% increase over the last 3 years. However, if you go back to 2009, that averaged only about 1.2% per year. So I know it's getting late. I'm going to be brief and cut it off at that, but we do think that the money between the unfilled positions, the money in the federal grant, we think there's some money there to fill those positions. We've made great strides since 2015 in the new facility over at Flicker Street. We've made some great strides in there from where we were in 2015. We were almost at rock bottom then. We just hope that we could keep going with the progress, and I think that the wage increases have helped stem that tide of people leaving, and I do know that we're supposed to be adding some more headcount this year. It would be nice if we could keep those salaries up to where hiring somebody so we maybe could recruit some of these people that have some experience. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Administration.
Good evening again. I will start by speaking to the vacancies. Currently, there are 14 vacancies, but they're in the hiring process where they're testing right now, and those are expected to be filled by July. For the details of the offers, I will call up Greg Bethel.
On the CWA positions, they are currently 15% above market, and this was in the current salary survey, and they were 15% above market last year. On the history of raises, in July 2015, increase was effective July 1, 2016, and CWA also received a retroactive pay beginning July 2015 at 6 to 7%. July 2016, they were not involved in negotiations, yet received a wage increase through parity of 1.5%. And 2017 received a 1% increase in 2017. The city position, still currently 0% increase, but in this particular union, we set a $500 one-time bonus with the certification pay for the E&P at $150 per year once certified, and for RPL, $350 per year once certified. This will be a total cost of $135,000. CWA's position is a 1% raise plus the $500 one-time bonus and the certification pay, and those would total $220,732 plus compression cost of $2,387 for a total of $223,119. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you want a rebuttal?
Only what I stated before about when checking into certifications that that money will be sitting there and it will not be spent. Right now, we have two people that will immediately qualify for $150 per year, and there's only 66 that have 8 years that could even qualify, so about $9,000 if all of them was to test qualify for it.
Thank you. Administration, rebuttal, anything? You're done?
No rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Ford, please state the question.
Mr. Chairman, the question before the council is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit CWA be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019? I'd like to move that on the floor. A yes vote will be in favor of CWA. A no vote will be in favor of the city.
All right. It was moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by
Second, y'all.
Mr. Brown. Councilman Brown. All right, council members, seeing no one in the queue, cast your votes for item number 27. Remember, yes vote is for CWA, no vote is for the administration.
Brown, yes. Colvett, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, no. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 28, and I'm going to give my colleagues a little knowledge behind this item. This is for units. So what we're going to do, item number 28 will remain as the main item. Police property room will be special item number 4. We will go into the survey. Services will be special item number 5. And office support will be special item number 6. So, Ask Me Main will be item number 28. Police property room is special item 4. Survey services, special item 5. Office support, special item 6. I have office support. It was clerk, but it was scratched. I don't know if it was, is it clerical or... But I'm showing office support on my paper.
That's correct. It's office support clerks.
It's office support?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It is office support.
Just get your paper. I'll just get your paper when it's time.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. So we'll go with item number 28. And I'll come to you, Mr. Ford.
Mr. Chairman, the impasse committee met and considered this item. It was a 2-to-1 vote in favor of the city's total economic package. In order to receive both sides and their discussion, I'd like to move this on the floor.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Hedgepeth. All right, we do have representatives here. Oh, okay, you didn't read it.
Item number 28 is a resolution approving the vote of the ASME Impasse Committee's recommendation in favor of the city's total economic package, 4 units.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. All right, who's here from ASME? All right, sir, we get 15 minutes. How you want to handle it? Do you want to do all your packages at once? Do you want to separate them?
Why don't we do all of them at the same time and make it 20 minutes, and I'll be done. Because we get 15 per unit.
Yes, sir.
Technically, we get an hour. I'm going to do it in 20.
All right.
What
So
do you
we'll
think?
do 20 minutes, and he's going to do all his packages. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And when you start, your time will start, sir.
All right. Well, I'll start, but let me just say good evening, council folk and Chairman Boyd. My name is Michael Messina, and I am the chief negotiator for AFSCME Local 1733, and I am also the associate director of AFSCME International's Research Department of Research and Collective Bargaining Services. I don't know if you know AFSCME, but we are a national union. We have 1.6 million members across the country, and we negotiate we negotiate under collective bargaining statutes and ordinances very differently than yours. I'll just say that. But it doesn't really matter. It is what it is. But let me begin by saying something. I know you know your jobs, but I feel the need to remind you that regarding this impasse and whether you're going to amend the budget ordinance, your decision is not, you don't need to find the money. That's what the mayor's staff does. Your job is to vote on this matter to determine if it is justified, reasonable, and if the city can afford it. Period. That's where you are. The budget is what is and where the money is. Because bottom line, all through negotiations, and for us, definitely AFSCME as the chief negotiator, and I believe since I sat through every impasse presentation here this evening, that basically, while your city has money, you have money, you're choosing to spend it somewhere else. The workers who are working on your behalf for the citizens of Memphis are not a priority. There's no reason, there's nothing justified a zero across the board increase when you are a healthy city financially, and I'll talk about it. I'm going to give you the details. It's just not justified. So, the city entire position during bargaining and what we're hearing now is all about the market and the wage survey. Okay, we have a survey, so I'm going to present my results, and so bottom line is you can decide, okay, you're going to weigh whether or not one survey makes sense, i.e. the market. But what about other factors? What about the value of the dollars that you pay them? What about their standard of living? It has been going down because their wage increases have not been going up. And as another summary point, back during the recession when all jurisdictions in this country, states and cities across this nation, and Memphis included, were struggling. And and cuts were being made, and union workers were taking zeros. We're taking cuts. We were getting furloughed. But now, public sector jurisdictions, the health is returning, and it has returned to the city of Memphis, and you stand alone, frankly, by offering 0%. The average across-the-board increase in the country, as we sit here right now in the public sector, is 3%. Yet you offer 0. If you had no money, that would be understandable, but that's not the case. So, we gave each one of you city councilors the report with a letter. I know you read it. I'm glad you have it. I have extra copies here right now. But I do have a special copy for newly installed Councilman Canali, because he did not get it. And so I would love for him to have a copy of it to go through. If anyone else wants a copy, I have extras if you didn't bring your copy. Okay, the background, just a little bit of the background. As you know, a significant portion of AFSCME 1733, the city did offer, and the workers accepted, and they've agreed to it. Wage increases, a variety of wage increases, a range of wage increases at about 5.6%, primarily in solid waste, and primarily supported by their wage survey that showed the primarily solid waste to be significantly underpaid by their definition of the market. So that was about, there's 825 folks working for you in the AFSCME bargaining units combined. About 575% of them will see a wage increase. That's about 2/3 of the bargaining units combined. But what about the other 250? That's 1/3 of the bargaining unit, zero. Now, the 70%, the 5.8% average for 3/4 of the bargaining unit will cost $825,000. Our last best offer for the 30%, the 250 people who are getting nothing, would only cost $300,000. There is plenty of money in the budget to absorb that cost, and I'm going to run it by you. Our position is justified, reasonable, and the city can afford it. Okay? First point I want to make. The standard of living for those workers, those 250 workers that are working for the city in their various jobs, has declined by 12.5%. So every dollar you pay them 8 years ago, the dollar you paid them 8 years ago is now only worth 86 cents. 86 cents. It doesn't go as far as it went. So their standard of living has declined because of inflation. During that 8-year period, inflation in the southeast of this country went up by 16%. Yet in that 8-year period, the city of Memphis only gave those workers 3.5% increase to live on, to take care of their families. Some of them have, different sized families. And then things were made a lot worse because under the prior administration in 2016, health insurance costs to city workers went up by 24%. You know what that meant for somebody with a family and that elected the premier plan? That was $1,000. That was $1,000 increase for that year. $1,000. You know what their wages went up that year? $350. So not only is inflation eating at the value of the dollars that they need to live and maintain their livelihoods and their families, but their actual wages went down because they had to pay more for their health insurance. Okay, let's just talk just briefly about the wage survey, okay? Because really in labor relations and a lot of the ordinances and statutes that aren't in existence here, which provide bargaining rights for public workers all across the country, the practice when it comes to setting wage rates is to look at inflation, is to look at settlements. What's the norm? What's happening in labor relations and settlement information? And then there's also comparability, okay? So what you want to do is, okay, who you want to compare yourselves to. We call it the market. It's not really the market. It's not like, your city workers are going to head off to Houston or wherever. That doesn't happen. But it gives you a sense of what are other employers paying for this type of work. And you really want to identify first employers that are comparable. Now, I would argue the cities, they hired two different outfits that ultimately, we have results for 2018 and results for 2017, two different surveyors, I don't know why, but the other interesting thing about it is the market changes from 17 to 18. They use different cities. Why? We didn't hear anything. You're not going to hear anything about why they made the change. But anyway, it's a mix of cities, big ones, little ones, this part of the country, that part of the country. So I don't know that that's a good, consistent, comparable market. We looked at some data. I wanted to look at all the states in the southeast, and I wanted to look at the cities that are at least the same, of comparable size to Memphis. You're about 650,000 employees. So we collected data for Atlanta, Louisville, Charlotte, Raleigh, Memphis, and Nashville. All cities within the southeast states that are of comparable size. And we chose 4 classifications. And here's the other thing I want to look at. When you do a comprehensive wage survey, next time they're going to do one, encourage them to go a little bit beyond what they've done. You really want to pick your benchmarks because you want your wage survey to be comprehensive of the entire city. They're just picking titles here and picking titles there. Here, those 250 workers that I told you about, Well, there are 4 titles, of which about half of those 250 people are filling. Office assistant, court records clerk, pipe layer, tractor trailer driver. There are a lot of city workers in those classifications. Office assistant is the only one that was surveyed. Well, our results show, and it's in the chart, and you saw it, so I'll just give you the summary, that basically you're not even competitive with your sister cities in the Southeast with these 4 job titles, which represent 50% of the bar units. You are behind by as little as 5% and as great as 46%. So on the comparability matter, you're not even playing fair. Now, I already said the cost of our proposal would be about $300,000. Now, ability to pay is the last matter to look at. You're doing fine, and you should applaud that. You're absolutely doing fine. Just looking at the last, you're required to have your books audited by an outside accounting firm. Your CAFRs, Comprehensive Annual Financial Reports. I looked at the last 3, all the way up to FY 2017 that ended last summer. You've had surpluses in the last 3 years. Your fund balance has increased as a result of those surpluses in the last 3 years. Your unrestricted fund balance, and when I say unrestricted, what I'm talking about is a part that's available. Some of it's assigned, a lot of it's unassigned. But the assignment is not a commitment. The assignment is, well, the city wants to spend the money here. Do they have to spend the money there? They signed on a contract that said they have to spend the money there? No. So that's why we look at the assigned and the unassigned and the unrestricted portion. And it's really good. It's really good. And it's growing for the past 3 years. As most recently, the unrestricted portion of the total fund balance is 23.4%. That's really good. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends 17% because you need the cushion to be able to respond to unforeseen revenue shortfalls or expenditure needs that you didn't anticipate. So you're doing really well. And I'm not suggesting, as Councilman Ford made the statement at our impasse council, he's not here, I wanted to correct the record. But anyway, I never said that, I'm not telling you use that money. I don't have to find the money either. I just have to convince you, the union just has to convince you that our position is reasonable, justified, and that you can afford it. I don't have to find the money. You don't have to find the money. I'm not suggesting that the fund balance be used to fund the union's ordinance. I'm just using that as evidence that things are going well. Fund balance is going up as a result of the surpluses, and your unrestricted portions is really, really good. You also have a double A2 bond rating, which is the 3rd highest bond rating by Moody's, and it was just affirmed, I think, in March, the end of March. Another good positive. Okay, the last page that I want to talk about is you're right now in your FY 2018 budget. There's been a pattern, and you know what? And we heard a little bit about it when some of the other unions talked about the vacancies, the major amounts of vacancy, which is really an expenditure savings that happens. Well, your budget is very conservative. For at least the past 3 fiscal years, your actual behavior compared to budget, right? The budget's just a projection. Best guess is really. The variances are huge. And what I mean by that is your revenues always come in generally, always higher than you anticipate. And your expenditures have always come in significantly less than the budget that you all vote for. Part of that's vacancies and other reasons. I don't know what they are. But the bottom line is, 2015, your variance was $51 million. 2016, $55 million. And finally, last year, $41 million. Again, there's no negative development in your budget picture. So we're looking for $300,000. It's there. And it's justified because of inflation, cost of living, typical settlements in across the country. So I leave you with this. If you care about ensuring that your city employees and their families start to regain, and I'm just talking about starting to regain the standard of living they enjoyed back in 2010, you will vote yes on AFSCME's total economic package and amend the proposed budget ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Administration?
Thank you. Good evening again. I'll start by addressing the insurance insurance discussion. There was a 24% increase from 2014 to 2015, but rates stayed the same in 16, and there was a decrease in 2017. I also want to just briefly talk about the cost of living. We have, according to the Chamber, one of the lowest costs of living, according to the Chamber. When it comes to the specifics about our offers, this is a great example of how we stood behind our survey, because many of the bargaining unit employees received significant increases, up to 10% for some of them. And there's one bargaining unit that's not here today because we did settle their table at the increase that we offered. So I'm going to call up Greg Bethel to talk about the specifics.
Okay.
In the AFSCME positions, we did find that they were 10% below market to 70% above market. And in that particular group, we did make some adjustments. We will talk about the history of wages. In 2016, a 1% was given to all in this particular group, and the crew chiefs received a 5.5% in July of 2016. 1% was given to all employees on 7/1/17. Crew chiefs got 1.5%, and the clerical office support clerk Bs received 2%. There was an exception code enforcement, received some adjustments of 3%, and the main solid waste received performance bonuses in December of 2016 of $329, and again in 2017 in December of $582. As far as our impasse items, under AFSCME Main, the city offered, and it was accepted, that the maintenance mechanics receive 4.75%, the crew persons 2.75%, the crew chiefs 10.25%, the truck drivers 1%, and the clerical office support clerks of 14.75%. But the union wanted to add the police property at 2.75%, the surveyors, the clerical office assistants, and all other main employees an additional 2.75% increase. On the last slide, that would have cost a total of $1,160,000, and we were willing to offer $824,486. If you vote to give the remaining 2.75% increase to the other units, these funds will affect the general fund $226,000, the sewer fund $58,900, solid waste fund $40,003, stormwater fund $56,620, other funds and grants totaling about $3,390. Plus you have compression cost, and this will cost an additional $335,851. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebuttal?
Just one comment that I want to make, and who just said that? Oh, you. I'm just collecting my thoughts. I think that as I said earlier, the city's position has all been about the market, and no acknowledgement and no data about the impact of zero increases and minimal increases over an 8-year period, and what impact that has on the standard of living and the value of what it pays its workers to provide services to the citizens of Memphis. And so we just heard from the director of human relations or human resources that the chamber says that the city of Memphis has a low cost of living. Well, let me just say this. This is why I'm actually, bottom line is, yes, the cost of living is fairly low compared to a lot of jurisdictions in the country. New York City, for example, is probably 3 times more costly than the cost of living here in Memphis. That's not what I'm talking about. That's absolutely not what the union is talking about when we talk about inflation and the impact on wages. So yes, the 85 cents on the dollar from 2010 you can buy more things here in Memphis than you can in New York City. But back in 2010, they could buy more than they can buy now for themselves and their families because of the increase in inflation while their wages have not gone up. So I don't know that now that the city even understands that. So what do we do with that? And how do we go forward as a union and as an employer when we meet at the bargaining table in the future? That's what bargaining is all about. You bring your facts, you have a meeting of the minds. So we need to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any rebuttal from the administration? Thank you. All right, Councilman Ford, seeing you in the queue, sir. Please call item number, read into the main, which is item number 28.
You want the main first, or you want me to start with the special items?
Let's do the main first.
All right, the main. All right, the question before the council is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit, we'll say AFSCME main, be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019? That'll be the question in front of the council. I'd like to move it on the floor.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by, all right, Hedgepeth. All right, council members, a yes vote is for the unions and no vote is for the administration. This is for the main.
Brown, yes. Colvett, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, no. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. And Ms. Fully Love is motioning me that she meant yes instead of no, so I'd like to correct that vote to a yes for Ms. Fully Love. And Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. All right, Councilman Ford, let's go to special item number 4, which is police property room.
All right, thank you. The question in front of the council is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit AFSCME police property room be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019? I'd like to move special item number 4 on the floor.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Hedgepeth. Please cast your votes for special item 4. Yes vote is for the union. No vote is for the administration.
I got it.
Brown, yes. Colvett, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. Please call special item number.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Please
Sorry,
call
Chairman.
special item number 5, which is survey services.
Mr. Chairman, the question before the council is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit AFSCME surveyors be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019. I'd like to move that on the floor.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Hedgepeth. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for special item number 5, which is survey services. Yes vote is for the union, no vote is for the administration.
We got one more.
Council members, okay?
Brown, yes. Colvette, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. Please call special item number 6 is office support.
Mr. Chair, the question before the council is, shall the total economic package of bargaining unit AFSCME office support be made a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019? I so move.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Hedgepeth. Seeing no council members in the queue, please cast your votes for special item number 6, which is office support. Yes vote is for the union, a no vote is for the administration.
Brown, yes. Colvette, no. Conrad, no. Ford, no. Fully Love, yes. Hedgepeth, no. Jones, yes. Morgan, no. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Canali, no. Chairman Boyd, no.
That item fails. Same night minutes. Councilman Ford, do you have same night minutes? Staff, do we have same night minutes?
Cut my mic on. Before I read the same night minutes, I just want to say that, excuse me, I am very ashamed of many of you. And I say that because with the unions, you could have given them something, but you didn't do it. And I'm ashamed of you. These administrations sitting out here, you all lied to the people. And I know you did. And I'm ashamed of you too. Now with that, I'll say, minutes of item number 2, 40, 41, 42, with the same night minutes, and all of these will be held for, what is it being held for? Same night minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That item's been moved by Councilwoman Fully Love, seconded by Councilman Morrison. Please cast your votes for special item number 7, which is same night minutes.
Brown, yes. Colvette, yes. Conrad, yes. Ford, yes. Fully Love, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Morrison, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Chairman Boyd, yes.
That item passes. All right. Please, no outbursts in the chamber, sir. Thank you. All right. I do have cards. I have Stephen Simmons, Michael Kane, Lucille Catron, Charles Belinky, and Walter Brody in that order. Please state your name and address for the records. At the end of you stating your address, your 2 minutes will begin.
My name is Stephen Simmons. I live at 781 Leaf Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38107. I came down 2 weeks ago and I asked for a copy of the accident report that occurred with me, and I still hadn't got it.
All right. You want me to respond?
Yeah.
All right. I requested the information. Only thing I was able to receive was the actual payout information. I could not receive your personal file because of HIPAA. So therefore, based on HIPAA, I could not receive your personal file, Mr. Simmons. And I don't know if that's something that you can personally request. You can request that directly with the administration. I'm getting head nods, but they would not release that information to me. I do have a copy of what you were paid, what the city paid out as far as the settlement side, but I don't have the actual report because of HIPAA.
The settlement side?
As far as your bills and what the administration paid per workman's compensation.
Okay, but what I was asking for was the accident report.
They would not release that information to me because of HIPAA. That's something.
Record, ain't it?
That's something that you're going to have to directly request, sir.
Well, I did, but they said they couldn't find it at the time. But you say you had seen it. That's the reason I asked.
I cannot give the I can't get the information because it doesn't directly pertain to me. But you can request it, and they will provide the information to you. I'm getting the nods now. The right people. You came at the right time, sir. So the right people are in the room. They hear you, and they're saying you can get the information that you are requesting. You have to request it directly from Human Resources, and they will provide you with the necessary documentation that you're requesting.
Okay, well, can I ask you one question, though?
Yes, sir.
You said that you saw the file saying that the truck that I was working on, the parking brake wasn't set properly, right?
That was information that was in the original case that you had in workman's compensation. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I wanted a copy of, that right there, because that's a total lie. That wasn't what happened.
You could request that information from Human Resources, and they said they will provide it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I think Ms. Carr is walking this way, and she probably can give you a business card to contact her, and she can provide you the information. All right. Thank you, sir. Let's see. We have Michael Kane. Michael Kane. Michael Kane here? She's gone. Lucille Catron, I think she's gone. Charles Belinky or Belicky? Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Charles Belenky, 5019 Welshire Avenue, 38117. It's hard to know where to start. I guess I should start at the end and work back to the beginning. What I just saw here today was a declaration of war. A war against the workers, a war against your own people, a war against the voters, a war against the citizens. Ms. Robinson had it right. You don't care about public service. You don't care about providing anything to the citizens who call and complain, because they're not the people that you report to. They're not the people that line your pockets. City workers are an asset. City workers are great neighbors, but you don't care if they can live here anymore. You know what the cost of houses are. You read the Chandler report, but you don't care. They can live somewhere else. They can spend all their money commuting from Olive Branch. You don't give a damn. Pardon my language.
Yes, sir. Please watch your language in the chambers.
On April 3rd, there were a ton of union leaders in this town. A ton of union leaders spending a boatload of money. Well, guess what? When word gets out that you guys are at war against the union, they're never coming back. That convention center is going to sit empty. They're never going to come back. Word's going to get out that this is not a friendly town. This is not a town to bring your soul. This is a town where we punish the workers. There are two sides. There are the workers, there are the voters. There's the reporter, Manuel Duran. There's the press, there are the churches. Then there's the other side, the administration that bargains in bad faith, won't give a penny. We got an out-of-control police director. We got an out-of-control administration. And which side are you on? Well, you're on the administration side. You punish workers here. You don't represent the people. And one day, they're going to overthrow you, one way or the other. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. I will say this just for the record. When it comes to pocket lining, I will say that me nor any of my colleagues partake in any such behavior as pocket lining. So to accuse anyone on this board of anything pertaining to pocket lining, I find that offensive and disrespectful. And I don't need a rebuttal, sir, because at this point, I'm just stating a fact, because when people mention pocket lining and all that, that brings FBI to the table. So for the record, and I want it on record, no one up here believes in pocket lining. So I just wanted to say that for the record. All right. Walter Brody.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Ms. Wade.
May I be allowed to make a motion that we make a cost of a Diet Coke a part of the operating budget ordinance for FY 2019 for Reverend Brody?
That's an honor there. All right. My name is Walter Brody. I stay at 4256 Ledbetter Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. Heavenly Father, let's go into prayer right now. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you once again, Father God, for allowing me to come down here and to pray for the city council, Father God. Father God, bless all the city council. Bless the chair. Bless all their family members. Father God, bless their mind, Father God. Give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Father God, bless Mr. Wade, Father God, who's working real hard, Father God. Father God, bless all the men and women behind the scenes who's working real hard, Father God. Bless all the police, the firemen, Father God. Father God, bless the union. Bless everybody who came here and voiced their opinion, Father God. Father God, bless all our leaders in the city, the state, this country, and all around the world, Father God. Bless this city, Father God, and every man, woman, and child here, Father God. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen. Thank you, God.
Adjourn. Can't believe it.